What is up, my ninjas? I am Strident, and welcome to another episode of Off Our Brains. Um, of course, I'm Strident, and today it's a special day because I'm home. I'm off, and it is Martin Luther King Day. I'm about to say Martian Luther King. Jesus Christ, Martin Luther King Day, and it's a very important day for people like me because it's a day representative of a man who. I don't know, his mission was to pull people together and not be separated by the boxes that certain people want to put us in, both figuratively and literally, based on simple, kind of stupid things like the color of our skin. So, this ties into a lot of what I've been doing with these Off Our Brains lately, where I'm taking the time out to kind of interview or spotlight fellow collectors, that are just people who like to collect action figures and have, varying philosophies on how collecting affects them, why they collect, how it fits into their daily life. And the important part is that they're not just repeating the narrative that you're led to believe when you surf, through your usual places on YouTube. Too often we hear, just collect. It's awesome. It's fun. It's all in fun. It's all in fun. It's all in fun. Just buy, 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 buy. It's all in fun. It's all in fun. It's all in fun. And it's just like, how could you be having fun if every week you buy every new thing? Before you could appreciate the past new thing, you've already been, pulled into a whole nother one. So you're not appreciating what you have because you don't have the time to appreciate what you have. So it's important that we do take the time to appreciate what we have and, take the time to recognize what we have, you know what I'm saying? And appreciate it, So hearing other people talk about how they appreciate what they have, what they've amassed, it's pretty important to me to get that fact, that piece out there because people don't get it. So, yeah, I'm happy to be able to do this. And today I have a special guest. This is take 2 for us because we tried last week, maybe the week before. And my computer just, I don't know what it is. PCs don't like me. PCs have something against me because I have a fairly new PC. It's about a year or two old, but I keep upgrading things. And it never works the way I want it to the first time. So I'm just recording a Skype call. And you know how you have that gamer, what is it called? The gamer bar? It didn't want to work. So I'm talking to the dude. For the first 10 minutes, it worked. After that, it was like, nope, not going to work. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why would you not work? That doesn't make any sense. But it's where we are. So, the idea, and this was like a 3-hour call, man. We talked for a good 3 hours, kind of late because it's a 6-hour difference where my friend is and where I'm at. So it was kind of not cool that this thing didn't want to work. But we're trying again today, and hopefully we won't run into the same kind of craziness. So yeah, without further ado, let's jump into it. Let's just jump into it.
I made a post today and I mentioned Martin Luther King in the post, so
Huh.
I had no idea it was Martin Luther King Day today.
Yeah, man.
So that's very cool.
Yeah, man. So yeah, let's jump into it so that we don't. I want to try and catch any issues as soon as possible. I'm recording in two different things, two different programs. To make sure that I don't have an issue. Yeah, I don't know what it was last time. I mean, I didn't change any settings, but it was still giving me crap. So I was like, you know what? Whatever. Let me try it the old-fashioned way.
It's always like that, man. It's always like that. So, like I say, PCs are just the creaky little things,
Yeah. Yes.
You've got to catch them on a good day like everybody else.
Exactly, right? They're temperamental. But,
yeah.
But yeah, cool. So I guess, we could start with, let's talk about the pre-ordering our Batman 89 figures.
Oh man, that was funny. I was so happy to get it, but at the same time, I knew you were wanting to get it as well, and I thought, right, I better message him. And it's funny because you messaged me just as I was messaging you, so another synchronicity right there.
Yeah.
And you were basically saying, "I'm getting Ninja Turtle vibes, man." That cracked me up.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was do you remember reading about that? Like how the like minute or seconds, down to the second when people signed on to purchase those turtles,
Yeah,
the whole thing shut down. I remember looking.
yeah. It's just the amount of people, isn't it? Really, they're just
Exactly.
getting on there once, and they can't handle it. Like, they need to really figure out a better way, or just create another server or something to
Exactly.
lighten the load.
Exactly. That would make the most sense. But it's weird
Yeah, they
though.
do.
With Batman, it wasn't as bad. Like it wasn't really as bad. At least not for me. I know with the Turtles, I just couldn't get them. I gave up. I was like, I'm good. It was crawling when I finally was able to get into on NECA's site or game. Was it GameStop? No, it was through NECA. NECA had a link up. And,
Yeah, it was for NECA. Yeah, I tried also to get that. I failed. Sadly.
I know it was terrible. I mean, I remember people were like, just wait and keep refreshing every couple seconds, and I did it, and it just wouldn't come off of the loading screen. Then when I finally got in, it was like 1993 dial-up AOL, where it was my
They're using servers from the 90s, basically. That's probably what it was.
exactly. my mouse was just crawling, and I was like, how is this? How the heck? Like, what is going on? Like, is it that serious? I mean, when you look around at maybe that many people had been waiting for these figures. So when other companies took a stab at it, those same people weren't satisfied because.
Do you know what I think it is, right? I think because we suffer from that kind of thing here because we're out in the sticks where I'm living. So, I think basically the hardware that people are using is still like really ancient. Like, for example, like our internet isn't even fiber broadband yet. You know what I mean? It's still the old cables that they use.
Yeah.
And so shit is just super slow anyway. And I think we haven't upgraded our hardware to match our software, and I think that's basically what it is. And I think a lot of these companies are just suffering with that sort of problem.
Probably, yeah, that makes sense.
But companies like Mezco, I know they've had a lot of problems, especially with a lot of their exclusives.
Oh yeah,
and I think they are aware of the problem and they keep trying to fix it. But I think specifically with this Batman one, they just had such a heavy hit. People are just like queuing up for that thing. I noticed like literally a few minutes before I was just browsing their website before it was counting down, and it was working perfectly. Like I was clicking from page to page, looking at different images and stuff they had, and then suddenly, as soon as that clock hit, everything went into slow motion. I was like, "Oh, this is going to be interesting." You could just feel it straight away on the screen. Everything is going at super slow pace.
Yeah,
man.
I don't know, because when I jumped on late because I was at work and I didn't think about it. I was too busy, answering questions and stuff that I didn't even think about it. And then I came back from lunch and I was like, oh shit, it's like 1:38. They've already started. So I jump on and it was like no problem. But then the problem I ran into was the whole PayPal weirdness that they had. Because even now, when you go on to Mezco's site and you look at, getting on the wait list and all that stuff, it doesn't mention anything, and it didn't even then about like PayPal. But when you hit, add to cart, then a message about PayPal pops up. I didn't realize that the message is saying that you're gonna pay in full.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. It was saying that the connection was kind of bad.
Sorry. Okay.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was saying it was going to charge you all in at once. I just saw the you're paying with PayPal. I just figured, and that's on me. I should have read more. But like I said, it didn't pop up until I checked out, like that you will be paying in full. So I ended up paying in full. canceling, and then going back and paying with my regular credit card, and then having a regular pre-order. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And it took 2 calls and an email for them to cancel. They still haven't. The refund hasn't hit my account, and that was on the 16th. And all this happened. So the refund is still in wherever refunds are. I mean, I can see that it's queued up in my PayPal, but it hasn't hit yet.
I was reading in the Mezco group, and that story is actually quite light compared to some people. Like, I heard this one guy, he was saying his account, because he went through PayPal because he wanted to pay the full amount, right?
Uh-huh.
He actually wanted to do that because he said he had loads of problems when he did the small payment.
Okay.
So he went in to pay full, but because of the way the site was crashing all the time, he ended up hitting it like 6 or 7 times trying to get the go through. So his full payment was taken 6 times out of his account.
Damn.
And it literally broke him.
What?
Like, yeah, man, it's so brutal. Like he was literally like, I've got no money. I can't buy food tonight, you know?
Damn. Like, and then he's going to have to wait until today, probably, or tomorrow for that money to be refunded if there is going to be a refund.
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm glad that didn't happen. A weird thing happened to me, though. Like, on my email, they gave me a confirmation email the first time. And then literally at about 3 o'clock the next day, I got about 6 or 7 of the same email from them. So there's a lot of weird fuckery was going on there, you know?
Yeah, it's strange, man. It's strange. You think that by now, if you're going to do these like exclusives of popular characters, which they should know, because that's how they began their 112 collective, is through using Batman as your first character, and you chose a Batman from a popular story that beyond the shadow of a doubt it's going to sell. They should be more prepared for that sort of thing. Maybe even get outside help, to help them with this, so it doesn't crash their existing servers and things like that. Because the company's been around for a long enough time that you know what the game is like, and it's kind of frustrating that they just don't seem to know, or they just don't care. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and especially when you like realize how savage we as toy collectors can be about our things. You know?
Oh, Lord. Oh my God!
Okay, I don't want to piss off my complete fan base here, so at least try and make it a bit better. There's got to be something they can do about that, man. I mean,
exactly.
It is a bit mad. I mean, I do feel people go over the top a bit about it, but it is definitely a problem, and an issue that they should be looking at.
I agree. But I mean,
sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, and then I'll jump in.
I say this is why I was so upset at the beginning that they made this specific figure a Mezco exclusive, because so many of us have been going on about it for months.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, surely they must have thought themselves, what can we do to really piss people off? I know, I'll make it an exclusive and make it really hard for people to come on and get. Like, it doesn't make any sense, because not only are they screwing themselves over with the bad publicity, but they're reducing the amount of sales that they can do on a really popular figure. So I'd love to like speak to somebody at Mezco about that specific figure and figure out the ins and outs of why they've made it an exclusive. Because to me, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah. It's probably money. It's probably money. They knew hand over fist they're going to make that money. They knew it. They knew, because, I mean, like, Batman 89 is still one of those properties that's still, so many of us, like, that's the definitive, like, movie version of Batman. Just like Christopher Reeves is the definitive Superman for, on screen, Keaton made an impact that, like, people just didn't expect. People didn't like him to begin with to be Batman. They didn't think he would do a good job. They were like, no,
I remember.
You can't do this. And then he did it, and it blew people away. And it was like, who'd have thunk it? And now, like for me, that's what started me as a collector. Like, I started taking my collection a little bit more seriously when I started getting figures of Keaton as Batman. Because then I started noticing the difference in quality. The Toy Biz ones, they were available. They didn't look as good as the Kenner ones. And the Kenner ones were hard to find. I still managed to get a pretty decent amount of that collection from back in the day.
Yeah, I too. I was very lucky. I managed to get them off my birthday one year.
Wow.
So, my parents were really good that time, actually. They got me the bat plane. It wasn't called the Batplane. It was
Oh,
called
the
the Batwing.
Batwing.
Right?
The Batwing.
The
Yeah.
Batwing. Sorry. Yeah. I had obviously the Batmobile. I had Joker. I had what's his sidekick's name again?
Oh, Bob.
Bob. Thank you. I had Bob. Obviously Batman. I think I had 2 or 3 different ones.
Yeah.
I had one of the main ones where he had like the pop out arms, so he sort of lift the cape up.
Yep.
That was pretty sick. I remember them days, man. They were so good.
Yeah. I mean, I go back every now and then because I show my son and let him play with them. Just that they were. Kenner was firing on all cylinders, man. Like they gave you the movie stuff and then they gave you the toy stuff, like the Tech Shield Batman. That was the first one I got. That was the gold.
I remember that.
The gold suit, and I loved it.
Gold
man.
suit.
Like Batman.
It was so bizarre, but somehow it worked. Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, like because it had an in-world explanation that seemed like legit. Joker shooting acid at people. Batman has a suit that's acid-proof. It just happens to be gold. It's like...
Not good for the stealth, but my God, you look fine, sir.
Yeah, exactly right. But it was, it was. I don't know. The line was dope. I still have. Let me see. I still have Joker. I have Penguin. I have Robin. Actually, a couple years back, one of my cousins dropped off a box full of like multiple of the Batmobiles, and then quick change Batman. The Bruce Wayne one where you could put the armor and stuff on. Where he looks terrible. He looks like a kid cosplaying, back in the day, the cheap trick-or-treat costumes or Halloween costumes for Batman. His head's huge, the gloves are huge, but I loved it.
Yeah, the history of Robin has not been kind, really, is it?
Yeah, man. Then the Robin, I got the Robin from that line, which I wanted way back when, because there's this weird backstory to why the Tim Drake Robin looks like a light-skinned black kid in the Dark Knight collection, and it's because initially there's some kind of version of the script where Marlon Wayans was going to be who was it Marlon? Yeah, it's either Marlon. It's Marlon Wayans was supposed to have been cast as Robin.
Really? Wow.
In a version of Batman '89, or maybe it was Batman Returns. I think it was just the first Batman, and people had all kinds of issues with Robin in general, not just the fact that it was him. They were just like, no, it's the story's too dark. We don't want this, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, you know how...
He's too cartoony, isn't he, really, like Robin? That's always going to be one that's going to be a stickler.
Well, it depends. I think now, based on what... Well, I shouldn't even say now, but after Hit Girl in Kick-Ass, it kind of showed what you need to do with Robin. And then,
I totally agree with that, actually.
And then Titans took it even further by making...
Yeah. Some of the Titans outfits look amazing.
Oh, my God, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm surprised DC Collectibles didn't jump on that and say, hey, let's make figures. Instead, I don't... Man, that's a whole nother conversation, but... Ooh, DC Collectibles, man. No, like, for some reason, I think a lot of people don't understand what Robin is pretty much... the fans' POV character. So you could do a Batman story, focus on Batman, but like a lot of the movie could be from Robin's perspective, because we're the fans, we're getting into this, like he is. We would love to be in his position. I mean, minus the parents being killed and all that craziness, but like, you'd love to be being trained by one of the world's greatest, and then love to be fighting villains and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
With the
they definitely had ideas for it. I remember, like, the Dark Knight trilogy. When that ended, obviously, at the end, they wanted to do something with that. They left the door open for it, at least. But I remember Christian Bale in an interview one time, he was talking about Robin, and he was basically expressing the same sort of things, like, he didn't feel that Robin could be part of the story and have it been taken seriously with the tone that they were going for.
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Exactly. Yeah, he's tricky, but I think that if they go from the angle,
I think definitely do. I think if they stay away from like the bright colors, I think that's probably a must. I mean, they could make it work with the bright colors, but it would have to be done in a certain way, perhaps.
Well, like if someone. How do I put this? Number one, form follows function, and unless Robin's function is to be a decoy, he shouldn't be that bright. You know what I mean? So like tone the colors down, and that makes sense. But
that's something that Hollywood just lacks in general, though, isn't it? Really, like the function is never there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Nothing seems to be well thought through. I find with a lot of, especially the DC movies.
Oh my God, yeah.
I mean, we touched on that a little bit last time we did this, and it was just we were talking about like BVS and Justice League, and they just. Oh man, they just, you could tell they didn't think it through at all. They didn't write down and you basically need a team of people who are all comic book literate on the subject matter, figuring this stuff out and having it all make sense. That's the most important thing. It has to make sense. Like all the armor, all the gadgets, everything has to work. And I think,
and I can say for them, that's the one area I'll say visually, I love the look of. The Snyderverse, the look is amazing. It's just functionally, like, how does all the stuff work in world? A lot of times it doesn't feel as like like Batman has this amazing Batmobile. Looks like a race car on steroids. It's armored. You could tell it's heavy, but he's literally just plowing people over. I'm like, but you live in a metropolitan city. Wouldn't your vehicle be nimble? And like, wouldn't you be a good enough driver to do amazing things with your custom built vehicle that you don't have to just tank through everything? Like, you're Batman. Like, your skills are supposed to be legendary. You're not supposed to be a wrecking ball. You're supposed to be like,
exactly.
If James Bond, like, you're supposed to be surgical. If James Bond had, flashier armor and a death wish, but at the same time was super, super good at what he did in like a more, because James Bond always was a high damage type of character. He always blows shit up.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, just the surgical nature of Batman's skill set. He's so methodical. He's pretty surgical when he goes through with a plan that he's thought through from all the different angles. It's precise. He's not.
Yeah, exactly. I would go as far as to say that I don't think they've ever really captured like a true Batman character on the big screen yet.
Yeah, I agree.
We've had iterations that we've really loved, like obviously the Keaton Batman we're a big fan of, but nothing that really hits that mark.
Yeah.
Like, first and foremost, he's a detective, right? He has a very, what do I say?
Okay, analytical mind.
Thank you. He has a very analytical mind, and he can just he can outthink his opponents, but he can also use his brain as a weapon, and that's something I think they've really missed a lot in movie verses.
Yeah. It's the issue you run into when you try to please everybody. Their focus groups seem to be younger, and like they're on the older end of things, but they're younger in general. Like they're not quite 18. Maybe there's like 15, 16, maybe something like that, and then you have maybe another group that might be in their 30s. That just likes, like the bros. They like cool looking shit.
Yeah. It's like the Transformer verse as well.
Exactly.
It's all explosions and frilly colors. It doesn't really have any substance or depth. And
exactly.
It's really hard for people like me and you who have to literally switch our brains off to watch these things. And yeah, man, I agree with that. But like, I don't know. I'm interested because I've heard with Robert Pattinson's Batman that I can't remember the director's name now.
Man, I was gonna say Scott. That's not Scott Derrickson. It's
Oh God!
I don't know.
Well, him anyway.
The guy
he basically
did.
He talked about making. Oh, sorry.
No. Yeah, he did the Planet of the Apes films. I can't remember his name now for some reason.
He'll jump in there in a minute.
Yeah.
But he basically talked about doing the first ever detective Batman.
Yeah.
Like on screen. He talked about. I remember reading an interview that he did, and he was saying that he wants to bring it very sort of like character based, over the shoulder of Batman. You're looking at all the things that he's doing, similar to what they did with, say, Sherlock Holmes as an example.
Yep, it makes sense.
So you've got that. Oh, that would be excellent. Imagine the Sherlock Holmes movies, but done with Batman.
Yep,
that's a win straight away.
Yep. It's Matt Reeves.
I fucking love that shit, man. Matt Reeves, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if he can pull that off, I think we're in for something special.
And I like.
I hope. I always hope every time they bring a Batman film out, I always hope for the best, But
Yeah. It's weird too because like, man, the cast is so good. Part of me sees, and I'm hoping I'm wrong, but part of me sees more of the Nolan, like this is real. This is Batman if he existed in the real world type bullshit that where you can't really. There has to be a level of fantasy because Batman is a superhero fantasy drama.
Yeah.
It's not. You can't really make it real because I mean there's fucking soldiers that are trained better than the Batman in those films, and like they had trouble taking him down. You're supposed to believe that this guy is smart enough and good enough to evade all of our law enforcement, all of our military, the FBI, everything. You know what I mean? Like for years.
Yeah.
So he can't just be it can't be quote unquote real world. You're gonna have to put some kind of spin on it to make it work. But I mean, only time will tell. I mean, I'm kind of excited to see it. I'm kind of not because there's only been of the 5 they've done so far or 6. What they do? It's Man of Steel, BVS, Justice League, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Shazam, and Suicide Squad. Ugh.
I mean, do you see them bringing this one into that realm, or do you think they'd keep it separate?
I have a feeling this will be separate, kind of like how Joker is. But then if it does well, then they're going to try to, backpedal and say, oh, yeah, it is part of the universe.
Yeah, well, obviously with the multiverse idea, they could do that. Yeah. I'm sure they could figure out a way. If they get the writers they need to do it, they could get that right. What do you think about the idea of perhaps making Batman even darker still? I know we've had sort of dark Batman, but like almost horror level. Like I remember when I was watching Suicide Squad, and I knew before going in that Batman was in that, and some rumors and somebody was things that I read were talking about how like you're going to see them getting chased down a little bit from the villain's perspective, from Joker's perspective, and like I wanted to see that done in sort of a visceral, like you understand why villains fear Batman sort of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I would love to see that sort of like Batman being this just night terror who literally terrifies individuals. He even scares the civilians kind of deal.
To some degree. Yeah, I think it has to be. It would. Well, if he scares the civilians, then it would be counterintuitive because, like, if he completely terrifies them, it'd be counterintuitive because. Much like when I was complaining about this with the X-Men in the X-Men films and how they miss the point of the colors that they wear. And they've explained this in other books and things like that. Superheroes need to stand out from the populace. They wear certain colors so you recognize them because the colors usually are kind of in line with like emergency service and sometimes law enforcement. Like Batman always wore blue, gray, black, you know what I mean? Like, but the comic book version is rarely ever all black. So he's wearing like, different states. Police department wears either navy blue. Sometimes they wear blue and they wear a gray, or they wear a gray and they wear black. But it's colors that, like, in some cases, it's not necessarily going to just like automatically say bad guy when you see them. They kind of look a little bit, a little bit brighter than what the bad guy should look like. So, like, to some degree, Batman has to look authoritative, but what he does has to be intimidating enough that people would be in awe, and the villains are like, "Fuck," because you know what I mean? Because like that's the one thing I'll say they did get right in Suicide Squad is that just no matter what they did, he kept coming, and that's the point. That's the thing that they're afraid of is that like I can't shake this guy. Like I've shot at him, I've thrown explosives at him, I tried to run him over with the car, with the tank.
Just an unstoppable force.
Yeah, he just always slips through whatever the defense is, Not like Superman, where Superman literally, you can't throw shit at him that's going to stop him. But like, this is different because you don't even see what Batman does, and almost like a ghost, he just keeps coming through, he keeps appearing, And
well, the reason I asked, or the reason I put the idea forth is because, like, I remember watching Batman Begins, and that obviously that start where the first time we see him as Batman, and he's taking out all them goons.
Oh, that was amazing.
I remember watching that. I was actually generally frightened for them. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
There was like something in me. I was like, "Holy shit, man! They're going to get wrecked here." I was genuinely scared for the bad guys. I wanted to see more of that shit. You know?
I agree. That's what Nolan should have done all across the board with him. Have him completely rely on overwhelming people with the environment and stealth and just like the gadgetry. Also, they don't know what it is that hit them, but they're getting hit by, from all angles from one guy. Yeah. That would have been awesome. And you never saw it again.
Yeah. I loved that movie. I still think that's
my favorite of the three.
For me too. Mm-hmm. Batman Begins, it was probably one of my favorite Batman films.
Yeah.
Especially, I would put it up there with 89 Batman.
In my brain.
Just for impact.
Well, in my mind, it's like that comes first, then, because that's where he started. He's going to work his way up to being the Keaton Batman. That's like, it's like the Ascending Knight, and then the Sovereign Knight, and then, the Dark Knight Returns Part 1 and 2 is your Supreme Knight. Those are like the best, and somewhere in the middle is Under the Red Hood. And that's Under the Red Hood is probably the best depiction of Batman on screen, period.
I need to watch that again.
So good.
It's been a while. I know I've seen it, and I need to watch it again.
It's so good, man. It's like, and the fact that it's not Kevin Conroy blows my mind. Like it's what's his name? Bruce Greenwood is the voice.
He does such a good job.
Yeah. It was nuts because I'm like, I guess, and supposedly that Bruce Greenwood was Bruce Timm's first choice for Batman, but for some reason there was some kind of conflict that he wasn't able to get him, and Kevin Conroy came in and blew everyone away. Conroy's can be terrifying. There was an episode of, my son likes Justice League Action, and when there was this weird episode where somehow Batman got split up, like the different parts of his personality got split up into like 2 or 3 different beings. I think it was 2 beings. There was a red and a blue. The blue was like the justice part, and then the red was like the evil part of Batman, like the mean, brooding, like just the dark portion of his psyche. And hearing him say certain things and the way he was saying it when he leaned all the way into like the evil territory was just creepy as hell. I was like, this guy's voice, man, I can see why he blew everyone away. I mean, I've always seen it, but I can see it even more now because he's doing weird stuff these days because the shows are just so, like Justice League Action is like, it's like blueprints for little kids to figure out how to play with their toys. It's just random, almost action set pieces, and there's like very thin story. They're real short episodes. I don't know. It almost feels unnecessary, but the way that kids lack imagination these days, it kind of makes sense,
Yeah. Sort of conditioning them into our fandom, if you like.
Exactly.
Collecting.
That's exactly it. That is 1,000% it. That is exactly what it is. And it's kind of weird because it never felt like, I never felt like I needed conditioning. You just show me the character and tell me what he does. That's it. And then I can come up with the rest. And that's how it's always been since G.I. Joe, since Transformers, early Ninja Turtles, all that stuff. We just see it and then we're done. But
that's it. It's just formed the idea and you've created the love for that thing.
Yeah.
But like, Kevin Conroy, he did something recently, didn't he, in one of the TV series where he played like an older version of himself.
It was terrible.
As Batman.
Yeah, it was terrible. He was
Oh, it was bad, was it? I saw the pictures, but I haven't seen the actual script show itself.
So what they did was the CW, and I have to give them props for this because, as you can see with the film side, they're afraid to do anything that hasn't already been done in the last 30, 40 years. They went back and they did a story where they did their version of Crisis on Infinite Earths. Because what they're trying to do is, now, ever since Arrow, they've just been building and building and building and building, and they've got so many shows now. And people are referring to it as the Arrowverse when they should be saying it's the DC Universe on television. So they're trying to, ultimately, the big picture goal is exactly the same as the comic. You had too many versions of these characters, and what they were trying to do was distill it down to one. And, get rid of the existence of some certain things and have one main line like DC universe where, you know, characters kind of have the best of all their, you know, the other versions, except it's all in one character. You know, like back then, you know, pre-Crisis Superman was like just stupid powerful to the point where people said it wasn't fun to read his books. So what they did was post-Crisis Superman was a little weaker than that. So there, and he had some of the old weaknesses now were in the forefront so that he could actually struggle with some of his villains. Batman was not using, he wasn't like all super friendly. Now he was a combination of the old school blue and gray and the black and gray that you saw in what's The Dark Knight Returns. So they took elements of everybody's characters and they kind of put it together. Well, this did the same thing. And what they did though that kind of annoyed me was they had Brandon Routh, who already plays the Atom on the I think it's Legends of Tomorrow.
Okay.
They brought him back to play Superman, and then they put Superman in the Kingdom Come costume.
Yeah, I saw that.
But he wasn't in the Kingdom Come universe. They made their own weird universe where Batman kind of went nuts.
Fan service, isn't it, basically?
Yeah, it was like, yeah. I mean, in a way, and in a way, yes, and then in a way, no. Because I guess for Superman fans, yes. Because for some reason, Brandon Routh and Tom Welling get so much props as Superman, but like neither of them, like Brandon Routh looks the part. But he was in one of the worst Superman movies. Superman Returns was a terrible movie. Like just fundamentally, it was terrible. You know, he was a
which was devastating as well because I remember going to the cinema to watch that, and I remember the whole music. Dun, 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 dun. I swear to God, like them fucking hairs on the back of my neck were tingling, man.
Yeah.
And I was getting so hyped for it, but such a letdown of a film.
It was bad. It was weird.
There were parts of it which I kind of enjoyed, but I would call it terrible.
Yeah. They had like some of the scenes, some of his action sequences were cool. Him saving people, the way he delivered his dialogue was amazing. But it's the story that he fit in. You had a deadbeat Superman. Like, no, you would never have. Superman is the one character who, this obsession with trying to make him change with the times, no, you never do that with Superman. He does not change with the times, just like Cap. Cap's costume can change, but he's still
stoic.
He's your grandfather. That's who he is. He's your grandfather in like a 20-year-old dude's body, a 25-year-old dude's body. And he's a superhero on top of it. That's his job.
He's been doing it right for many, many years, and you can't tell him otherwise, basically.
Exactly. And Superman's the same way. He's the guy who you can bet your life that he will do the right thing always. He will always be on the straight and narrow, always, because he has the power to do so. You should never be trying to change that. But they always change it. So like he left Earth to go see if Krypton was still around. It blew up, dude. You knew that. Like, you knew that. And like,
the story just didn't hold up, did it?
At all.
It raised more questions than gave us anything good and decent in return. You know, it was just like, what are you thinking, guys?
Exactly. And it's weird because the game that came out around that time tried to fill in some of those holes. And I think that as a story, if the movie followed this, it would have been better. Like, the story was... excuse me. He received a like a signal of some sort from like where the space where Krypton used to be, and he was like, I have to go see what this is because if it's Kryptonians and it's people that are still alive, these are my people. I got to go. You know, I have to see them. I have to see what's going on and help. So he goes to help, and then he gets snatched up by Mongol. And so he ends up on Warworld. And so that whole time that he was gone, that 5-year period, he was up in the gladiator pits on Warworld. Meanwhile, on Earth, all his villains were like, shit, I tried to do something yesterday, and the cops came for me, but Superman never showed up. And so they all were like, hey, guys, I don't think Superman's here. Let's all get together and do whatever. So you had, like, the villains running wild. Certain characters were trying to do stuff because they could, but they weren't necessarily successful. And Superman is trying to hurry up, beat Warworld so he can come back because he knows if he's not there, some shit's gonna happen. And so you had this kind of these two narratives going at the same time that are gonna meet up at the end of the whole thing, you know, which to me was awesome. And unfortunately, the game wasn't that great. The game was just like a lot of cool ideas that apparently they didn't have the time to flesh them out.
I don't think I've ever seen a decent Superman game, have we?
Yeah, nah. The best one I can think back to was the one from the 80s. It was like an arcade game. I think if it was 2 players too, which was strange. One of you was like regular Superman, and the other one was like an orange-colored Superman. And
gold, we might accept.
I know, right? That was bad, but like it was based on the '88 cartoon that was on, where Superman was voiced by the guy who voiced Lion-O. I always forget the man's name.
Ah, okay.
But it was good. It was literally like the Superman that it's the Christopher Reeve Superman, but with the kind of iconic generic. We call it generic now, but back then, you know, that was just the heroic voice, and it was such a good show, man. Like, if you ever get a chance, look it up on YouTube. I think it was done by Ruby Spears. They're the same folks that did Thundercats and stuff. The animation was it was awesome. It was like it was before superpowers, but it was in that sweet spot where Superman comics were just starting to get to that point where you know, they were taking good things from from the movies and kind of putting that into the comics. And you had, I don't know, the characterizations were just dead on, like the best versions of what you would think of when you think of Lex Luthor and when you think of Lois and Superman and Jimmy and all those characters. It was like that perfect kind of characterization that's kind of endured over all these years. That's where it kind of started coming together. But
yeah. Well, like all that side story and all that backstory, I always find the best films have that in place before they even start, you know? Like, I remember James Cameron talking about the Terminator in the making of. Yeah. And he basically had all the war and everything leading up to it all laid out. Exactly. The entire thing was laid out. None of it was in the movie, but the entire story arc was there in place.
None of it's been in, 5 or 6 movies? You'd think by now someone would have just went back and talked to him and then said, hey, do you have all that stuff? And he's like, yes, and I've drawn it. Look, this is what it looked like. And they say, fuck, let's make this into a movie. And we're still getting nonsense till this day because everybody's ego. Oh, so you were, when I talked to you last, you were getting ready to watch Dark Fate. What'd you think?
What did I think? Well, first of all, I went in with extremely low expectations, as you do with Terminator films these days. Of course. But I think that helped because I was kind of steadily enjoying it throughout. I liked some of the action and it wasn't terrible. I can say it like that. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't. It wasn't amazing. It was like I saw it as sort of Arnie's last hurrah. That's kind of what it felt like. Yeah. And you know, as soon as he came into the fray, it was all comedic, and you know, you kind of just get into the mood of it. Then, yeah, it just felt like run of the mill. Here we are again, Terminator film. It had nothing new or inventive, or exactly. It is what it is. It's a Terminator film. You can switch your brain off. You can kind of enjoy it, but which is sad because it's sad because you know Terminator was always like this. The first two had this like slightly sci-fi horror-ish kind of feel to it. That's what they lost, man. They lost the horror aspect. I feel, and it didn't translate in any of the other films. Yeah. When they started making it more about comedy, I'm switching off then. You know? I agree. That's the part that pulled Genesis down because the first half of Genesis, I shouldn't even say first half. The opening, I don't know, first like 25, 30 minutes. Increasing the size of her boobs and stuff like this. And no. That was 3. That was Rise of the Machines. Sorry. Genesis was the one where they started leaning into the branch theory concepts. Yeah. Sorry, I'm with you. So in the first half of it, they pretty much redo Terminator 1 and Terminator 2's openings. Because remember, Kyle runs from... He gets the homeless guy's clothes. How did it go? He gets the homeless dude's clothes, and then a cop sees him, and he runs away from the cop. That's it. And then the cop turns out to actually be a new version of a different T-1000.
It's the guy Byung-Hai Lee from who played Storm Shadow in the G.I. Joe Retaliation. Then when Sarah saves him, or maybe right before she saves him, you see her on a mission to stop the original Terminator with older Arnold Terminator. You know what I'm talking about? Your clothes.
Yeah. That was
it was weird.
Clusterfuck, man.
Yeah. It was cool.
I don't really know if they fully understood what they were doing there.
Yeah.
It just didn't feel like it made any sense at all. It's like, how many different timelines are we crossing over here? You know?
But what
it's like spaghetti western or something. It's like everything's flying everywhere. It's just crazy.
It's true. They went overboard. But what they did though was they recaptured if they had the horror portion in there. Because if you notice, the dude doesn't get to kill. He doesn't kill. That Terminator doesn't kill either of the guys. And he does, in the actual movie, he like punches a hole through one of those guys, and then you see his fist covered in all that crap, all the dude's guts and everything. They don't go that far. They don't let it go there. And when he gets hit, there's no blood underneath the fake skin. They like took all the gore and all the like horror stuff out to make it more pure action with like comedic things in there. And like you said, you lose something because it was scary. I remember seeing Terminator back in the day when his eye got damaged and he popped the fake eye out.
That was terrifying.
Yeah, it's like the fact that they were able to, somewhere in the future, they're going to get to a point where they can put a robotic skeleton under actual flesh and bone and a nervous system and all that stuff. That's terrifying, that idea. And and they didn't lean into that. Instead, they only lean into the fact that it's a robot. It can do things that humans cannot do. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, this is where you're supposed to let the special effects guys go nuts. They like to do gore. Give them the proper confines to work within. And, this gore makes sense. It's not just gore for the sake of gore,
Exactly. Everything in that movie was it was practical and it worked.
Yeah.
Like, there was nothing in that film which felt out of place. I remember even watching the deleted scenes and I was like, holy shit, you can put this in. It still works. And it, in fact, sometimes makes it better.
Yeah.
I remember there's this one scene where Kyle, he's looking around at nature.
Yeah.
Do you see that one?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh my God, this is so beautiful. Like you don't understand, Sarah. None of this is in my
it doesn't exist in his time. Yeah.
And he's literally got tears in his eyes because he can't believe how beautiful it all is.
Exactly.
I thought, wow, that would be such an impactful scene to have kept in the movie. I understand why they took it out for time restraints and what, but watching that back, I thought brilliant.
Yeah.
And that scene with the police station, man, that stuck with me for my entire life. It was so impactful the way that happened.
Yeah,
I was literally terrified. I remember literally being terrified watching that as a kid.
Yeah, I was too.
I remember walking outside and like looking around, making sure there's no Terminators after me. The impact of that. I mean, Cameron at that time in his career, man, he was on such a roll of being able to capture that sort of scary atmosphere. He did it with Aliens as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know what it is. It's like the people miss the point a lot, and like the things that should be like, no one thinks about. They always talk about things being realistic in films, but then they miss like realistic emotional reactions to things. Like
atmosphere is so important. I think it's probably one of the most important things. Like, I don't. I know you're not a big fan of horror so much. I don't think.
No, I grew up on a lot of it, but I'm not a huge horror fan at all.
Yeah, but I remember when I was a kid, around the same time I was watching things like Terminator, actually, my uncle and my auntie, they probably wouldn't thank me for telling people this, but they showed me Halloween, right? The first Halloween movie, the 1978 one.
Yeah.
And the music and the atmosphere that they nail in that film.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man.
Yeah.
Wow. It terrifies you,
Yeah.
I remember listening to the director of that movie saying, if you take the music away from that film, you will not be scared at all.
It's not as scary. Yeah, John Carpenter's a genius. He made my favorite movie of all time is Big Trouble in Little China, which I think we're never going to see another movie that weird and that
brilliant.
It's brilliant and it's coherent. People think it's nuts and it's just nonsense and whatnot, but no, it's pretty coherent. And
my friend Pete will be very happy for you to hear you say that. He absolutely loves that film.
Well, because like you think about
religiously.
how many movies have, like, think of all the tropes that you see in movies all the time that get played out and they're never challenged. You, like, right now people are doing all this weird identity politics stuff on the regular in film and on TV, and online people argue these points, and no one ever really thinks about like the times, like when people say when Captain Marvel was coming out and they're talking about girls don't really have heroes. They have had Ripley and fucking Sarah Connor and freaking Xena and freaking Wonder Woman and freaking, like there's so many.
To be fair, all of them as well felt so amazingly real compared to some of the shit we get.
Exactly. And they weren't trying. They weren't trying to say, here's a girl who we're going to have do, or a woman that we're going to have do exactly what the guys do. No. They said, here's the hero of our story, and she happens to be a woman. So inherently, whatever womanly qualities she may have, she has those on top of being the hero of the story. That's it. It's not like there's no commentary about this. It's just, in this instant, the person who's saving all our asses happens to be a woman, because women can do that. People save people. It doesn't matter if you have a dick or not. You know what I mean? Like,
it's all fucking bullshit. Isn't it? All that political BS of keeping people separate, man.
Yeah, and it's bothersome. But then you go back and you watch, like, Big Trouble in Little China does this trope. It takes the trope of the it's two tropes in one. There's the cocky hero and the white savior, right? And it flips it on its head, because he thinks he's the hero of this story. But if you pay attention, Jack Burton doesn't do shit. He knocks himself out every time, or he's stuck.
He's kind of a bubbling idiot.
Yeah, he's an idiot, right? But he's so confident that it's hilarious that he can't. He's somehow still alive. But it's because his friend Wang is amazing. And Wang is kicking everything's ass, and he thinks he's going to do something, but by the time he's ready, Wang's done. He took care of it all. And then the only thing he does is kill the main villain. That's the only thing that Jack Burton accomplishes, and he does it by accident. And then he turns around like the asshole that he is, and it's like it's all in the reflexes. And you're like, get the fuck out of here. You didn't even know you were going to be able to do that shit.
Man, which adds to the comedy of it and how it works. It's so good.
I love it. And then I also love the fact that even though it's a heavily Asian cast, mostly Chinese, they're Chinese Americans. So they don't, even though the mythology that's being played with is Chinese, there are Chinese characters in there saying all that shit about, Lo Pan and the Furies and blah, blah, blah. It's all bullshit that they used to tell us when we were kids. Whatever. That's not real. This is their culture, and they're like, yeah, whatever. Because they didn't grow up with that stuff. Those people exist. That's real. And I read back in those days when the movie came out, number one, it was a huge flop. A lot of Asian American journalists or reviewers and whatnot, they hated it and said it was racist because they were using those things, which it sounds very familiar, because this is what we go through right now with everything, But
same shit, man.
They talked about how, like, they were using mythology and trying to fetishize Chinese culture, and it was like it was half and half, I should say. There was a portion that was what they were saying, and then there was another portion of the people that liked it, that understood what was being said, and they're like, no, they show both sides. They show those who believe that stuff and those who don't, because that's not part of their frame of reference. And he's like, they're like, that's real life. That's the way it works. Some people
exactly. Like, where do you think all these ideas come from? They come from the very culture that they're being portrayed to. So it's completely stupid to think that it's separate. You know
exactly.
what I mean? And it's always funny. You get these little groups of just like critics who just like want to create some sort of story or mess about something.
Yeah.
To make it seem like it's doing us something evil, Exactly. It's so stupid. Yeah. It's like, this is why films like that are sort of ahead of their time, They're so misunderstood by the average goer,
Yeah, I agree. When I saw it, man, it was like the thing that pulled me in, and I will not lie at all, because, a lot of times you get folks trying to sound all like super, sophisticated about their preferences in films. What drew me in was I was flipping channels. I was like, I don't know, 11. I think Mortal Kombat 2 had just dropped not too long beforehand. So I was playing that in the arcade and I'm flipping the channels and I see a dude doing martial arts moves and lightning is coming off of his body. And I'm like, what? I was like, it's Raiden. I'm like, oh my God, that looks just like Raiden. Hell yeah, man. And I was so geeked. I was like, what is this? And me and my brother sat down and we watched the whole movie from somewhere in the middle of the movie till the end. And we were just blown away. Like, what movie is this? I have to have this full movie. And then, after getting older and watching it, I'm just like still blown away at how much, how many, the special effects were awesome. The story was just nuts. And the comedy was
original,
so
wasn't it? It was original. They haven't made anything like it since. It's kind of, it is one of them films that just stands out as something completely unique.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, people have taken some ideas from it, but like for its time, there was nothing else like it. I don't think.
Exactly. I agree. It was a fun movie. But
I want to ask you something actually about the. I know you. I remember listening to one of your podcasts before, and you didn't really like the Joker movie.
Ugh, hated it with a passion.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to really go into that a little deeper because, like, I got to be honest, I quite enjoyed the film.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I remember being a huge American Psycho fan.
Uh-huh.
Like. When I grew up, I don't know, there was something about that film. It seemed more comedic than it did anything else.
Yeah, because of Bale's performance. He was funny. But
he was hilarious, man.
Yeah.
Getting reservations at Dorsia now, you motherfucker. That shit was hilarious, man. I was in tears watching that.
But I think, like...
I mean, it was brutal, but
yeah,
God, it was funny.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's the thing that people don't admit that they like it for stuff like that. Instead, they make it sound like it's a deep movie, and it's like, nah, it's glorifying this particular, like the Hollywood version of a mass murderer. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really, it's not trying to be deep, really. But my gripe with Joker is, and I posted a picture, someone else posted, I reposted it on Facebook, of the You Missed the Point starter kit. You know what I'm talking about?
I saw that, yeah.
A lot of people are trying to champion, what's the guy's name? Scott? No, it's not Scott. His name is, what is his name? I'll look it up. Anyway, the director.
Arthur Fleck?
No, the director. Writer-director, because he wrote and directed it, I think. God, what is his name? Let me look it up before I say what I'm going to say. It is done by Todd Phillips. They're trying to... Todd Phillips directed, he wrote and directed the Hangover. And I think he might have co-wrote the second one and maybe the third. But he's one of those guys, if you look at his filmography, he doesn't make deep movies. I don't think that's like his thing. It's not his shtick. He doesn't have the... at least up till Joker... He doesn't have the tools to make it, and I think I could even still argue this with Joker. He doesn't have the tools to make it as deep as he thinks he's making it. There's a bunch of fundamental things for me that, like, if you're going to use the name Joker, right, as in Batman's arch nemesis, then story has to take place in Gotham. Gotham has to be a character. You have to be able to look at the city and go, fuck, that is Gotham, whatever time period, but it's Gotham. Failed. They didn't do that. He literally made New York, late 70s, maybe early 80s. I can't remember which time period. He took things from both because that garbage strike really happened. I want to say it happened in the early 80s. And he made it a part of Gotham's history. So whatever. I took that right there, threw me off because I'm like, what's the point in using these characters? You have an Arkham Asylum. You have Thomas Wayne. You have all these names we know, but they're in a city that doesn't resemble their city. Like, that's an important part. You didn't do that. He tried to make it quote unquote realistic.
Too real world.
And I hate that because it's like the reason why these guys work. It's not just them alone. Like if you pull them out of their world and then just introduce them anywhere else, then it's not necessarily going to have the feel that Gotham has. When you see the Joker doing crazy stuff and it's a red sky outside and there's gargoyles and there's crazy shadows everywhere and stuff, it adds to the feel of the world that the Joker inhabits. You understand this is the Gotham, you know?
Yeah.
But dude kind of, he cheapened out and didn't go all the way into that. Then there's the whole thing about, you know, people with mental illness and how they're treated by society. That's not new. That's still, it's been going on. It's still going on. And he presents it like it's new information. Did you know there's people out there that have mental illness? And guess what? The world treats them like shit. I'm like, guess what? They do that to a lot of people. They do that to, and they're still doing it now. It's not just back then. Then
yeah, I agree.
The part that I will give him props for is the trope. It's what do they call that? It's called an unreliable narrator or unreliable storyteller, where he's not stable. So a lot of things happen. And
basically, everything you see throughout the movie
pretty much
is basically his point of view. He's creating the story, therefore that's what we're seeing, not the truth of the matter.
Exactly. So and it's the way it's presented at first, it might have been actual events. But then there's a point in the film where now you're starting to really be like, wait a second, what? You have a healthy relationship with somebody? Like, nah, there's no way. Or wait a second, somebody just gave you props for doing something and most of the time no one was ever looking at you. No, that can't possibly be what's happening. You know what I mean? Like, you start questioning what's going on and you realize it's him. He's crazy and he's
crazy. He's making it all up.
Yeah, he's making up the events as he goes along. So I don't think a lot of people got that though, because when you hear the reviews and people are recounting what's happening in the film, a lot of people, they have one or two instances where they say, I don't know if that really happened. But then they buy everything else, and I'm like, wait up, they're showing you that this dude made up a story. So the way it ended and everything, it probably didn't go anything like that in reality. He's giving you how he would like it to go.
That's basically what the joke was, right? That's I feel, I don't know, maybe this. I'll give you my interpretation of that film. So like, I basically went to the cinema, I watched it with my dad, and I really saw all this sort of like you were just saying, where they touch on all the anxieties and the depressions of modern day society. And you basically saw this sort of victim's tale of everything that had happened to him throughout his life in this short period. And I don't know, I like the idea that right at the end, you see the real Joker and you realize that everything that you've seen throughout this film was complete fabrication of his own mind. And what he does at the very end is he kills the nurse or the psychiatrist, and he's there dancing in her blood literally as he's leaving. That was such a Joker thing for me.
Yeah, true.
You know, that for me is that one moment where I actually felt, there he is.
Yeah.
You know? And so at the end, it almost felt like, it was a joke. This film was a joke. The whole thing's bullshit. It's just all in his crazy mind.
Yeah.
I liked that. I don't know. I thought that was quite well done. We have seen things like that before, definitely. But when I was saying to you now about American Psycho, that's basically the exact same thing.
Yeah.
What happened there, you know?
And then my gripe is this. So if you've seen, and I had to because of, in school, being in film, part of my time in school was directed at directing because I was a film major, and then the other half I did animation and illustration because I realized one is going to be way expensive, and there's so many things I have to wait to have happen, but in order to get in the way I would like to. Whereas the other, I don't need a budget, I just need paper, and I can get things done. But my history of cinema teachers were all like the old school. They love the 1950s, 40s films. Love Tarantino. Love Scorsese. They love all the Tupacs and the Biggies of film. They love those guys, but they don't love anything outside of that wheelhouse. So I had to watch Scorsese's all his big ones. I had to watch them, and then they threw in King of Comedy and Taxi Driver. They love those films. All the academic film studies teachers and film majors, they always point out Scorsese's films and things like that. So I watched them, And I remember I was like, okay, they're good movies. It's not my type of movie.
Mm.
It's too. I when I go to the movies, I like to watch movies that are not 100% stuff that happens in the real world as it is.
Yeah. You're going for an escape
An
more than
escape.
anything else.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So I thought it was awesome, but I'm like, it's easy to tell stories that happen to people because they happen to people. So if they can tell you the story in a coherent kind of way, and you can remember it, you can easily retell that story on screen, and it doesn't take that much. You just need people that can convey whatever the points are. And I think sometimes in that respect, directors and writers that work with Scorsese and them, they kind of get off easy because they usually base everything off of true events that happen to somebody, and then they just regurgitate it, and everybody's like, that was a great movie. I'm like, but he didn't do anything. He presented it to you. You know what I mean? Whereas,
I know what you mean. It's almost like a trick. It's like the directors themselves are saying "fuck you" to the audience in a sense.
Yeah, because this is real life. You live this. This happens.
Yeah. They're teeing it up as something that it isn't, and then at the end showing you that it actually, it isn't.
Yeah, exactly. So
it is. I understand the anger about that because let's be honest, that Joker movie, it created such an uproar with certain people throughout society.
Oh yeah.
People were generally angry and hurt about it,
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, there's some of it. I felt like it didn't need all the press that it was getting, but I do recognize that the timing of the movie was bad because there had just been a bunch of mass shootings, and I feel like Hollywood does
exactly. This is why I think because it touched on so many real world events that have not long just happened.
Exactly.
And so people felt very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Sort of rooting for a guy who's literally shooting people in the train station and
exactly, and getting away with it. And
getting away with it.
And it's that same glorification of like serial killers that they do so often. They just did God, what was his name? Bundy, Ted Bundy. They just did a couple, what was that, early last year, or maybe it was the middle of last year. They had Zac Efron playing him. I think it was Ted
I haven't
Bundy.
seen that yet.
Yeah, they did that, and now people were pissed off about that, including the family that survived some of the victims of Ted Bundy. They were pissed, and then some of them were kind of like, there were a couple that didn't care, but there was a specific, I think, a daughter of someone that he murdered that was not cool with it because they were like, you're making him this attractive, likable guy,
you're glorifying a serial killer,
and she
basically
was pissed.
Destroyed life. Yeah.
Exactly. So I kind of hate that because it's gotten to a point where like good people don't get any attention. They do something good. There's people who give their lives to protect people, and they will not make a story about that guy because, of course, it's boring because they were good. Because Hollywood wants the sexy, the dramatic, the I don't know. It's like they want the wrong thing to be glorified, and then they glorify it, and then
it creates so many moral dilemmas as well. This is why I would love to interview a lot of these guys because I'd love to know exactly what their motivation is behind creating that sort of movie. Basically, why are you trying to glorify this character? What is it that makes you feel that's a good idea?
They were smart. I think they just
reflect that into society.
They just looked at, with Joker, it's just they've been looking around and you see the memes. There's a whole generation of people, like it hurts my heart when I see girls post pictures of Joker and Harley and say relationship goals and shit. And I'm like, you have no fucking clue what their relationship is like. Clearly, you just like the look of these two characters together.
Yeah. Plays to the emo child in us all, doesn't it?
Exactly, right? And it's like once you actually, kind of jump in and read and see what she's been put through, and she kind of subjected herself to this willingly because she bought what Joker was selling, essentially. Then you'll be like, fuck. But toxic, I shouldn't even say toxic because that's not even the right term for it. Abusive relationships, overcomplicated relationships that often have like abuse and shit involved. It's so common and it's a social norm. Women go after the bad boy. The bad boy is going to mistreat you. All your friends are going to tell you, the good friends, leave that dude alone. You're gonna go, oh no, but he's cute, but like blah blah blah, and you stick with them, and then you go through all that shit because you chose to, and nobody
Yeah,
wants
you're
to.
basically just mirroring what you see on the screen. It's a weird thing. Like I've noticed. I'm not going to mention any names. I've noticed in the past just through observing people.
Yeah.
Like they will watch something on television, right? And just say, for example, now that there's an argument taking place on the TV, right? And they're watching this and they're taking it in, and the program finishes, and literally like 20 minutes later, you see them exact same people doing that exact same argument that they've just witnessed on the TV, which they're watching for entertainment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you're wondering to yourself,
I've heard it.
That's some seriously fucked up brainwashing right there.
I've heard it. I don't even know you anymore. Like, are you serious? Did you actually just repeat that age-old line from like every drama from the last like I don't know how many like 50 years or something? Like, I've heard all these things, and I'm just like, you guys got to stop. Or like when a dude says, the chick's got an attitude, and I like girls with attitude. I'm like, no, you don't, because that doesn't go anywhere. And they don't like dudes with attitudes because you guys can't get shit done. You're gonna fight.
Yeah.
And like, it's these weird things that just
do you feel that there's this sort of agenda that's what's happening? There's people who are getting together in Hollywood and they're thinking, how can we create so much anguish and depression?
No, I don't think it's at one time I think there was a goal, because there's a lot there are a lot of people that have written books that were directly involved in the way marketing was being kind of weaponized in the late 50s, 60s and such, and they kind of explain how they learned how to manipulate people's thought process and people's fear of being left out and all that, but
play on the fears.
I think now it's more they just look at the memes and look at what people are saying and what's catching people's attention, and they're just like, hey, I'm going to do this because I know it will get the response I want. It's like it's no longer just any press is good press. They're looking at the most, like, the thing that stays in the consciousness the longest. And if they can have an argument, start an argument that just keeps going and going and going and going and going and going and going, they know they'll stay in the consciousness, and there goes our connection.
Power increases, basically. They get more press, they get more.
Their products will sell. I mean, because people will still be talking about it. It'll still be relevant, and they'll keep buying. That's why Deadpool is so popular. Deadpool literally he exists in Marvel and then makes fun of Marvel for the things that people who don't like Marvel would say. Like, he's right on their side, except he exists there. So, like, he can make fun of the superhero landing that Iron Man does all the time and everybody else does now. He can make fun of, like, the sword guy and the gun guy and the powers that certain characters have, because, like, they're not going to kill him off. He's the narrator. He's our avatar.
Yeah, he's basically the Mad Hatter of the Marvel universe.
Of the Marvel universe, yeah. And they're DC now is trying to do that with Harley, but Harley's way too fucked up of a character for you to really successfully do that. Like, most of us who grew up on DC Comics, we don't buy Harley as a Deadpool type because she's not. She's a very tragic character, and she's a goon. Like, and she's kind of stuck in that. Realistically, she would be stuck in that goon role by her own design, because she'll do anything for the Joker, and that's the sad part. That's the joke for her. But they don't get it now, so it's become something else.
I think I totally agree with you. I think that's the difficulty for comic book readers, for people like me and you. When they take a character like Harley and they try to make her something else, that's the hard thing. Why not just create a new character?
Exactly.
Completely use your imagination, create a complete new character, and then base your idea of what you're trying to do on that. They want to take something that's very popular. That's the thing. Something that they know is going to catch the attention,
the recognition.
Or a Joker. I agree with you there. Yeah, it's totally understandable.
But the thing I was going to say with Joker is that, so they verbatim take, Todd Phillips verbatim took King of Comedy and Taxi Driver and kind of pushed them together. He took most of one and part of the other and smashed them together, and he makes this film and then tags the Joker's name onto it. He could have called that movie something else. He could have called it... Exactly.
You could have called it Fred and it still would have worked.
Exactly. It would have still had the same... I don't think people would have talked about it as much. It wouldn't have been like the controversy that we're getting now. All the controversy would be is that it's being released so shortly after the mass shootings had taken place. I think there were like 3 back to back in like a 2-week time period. It was bad. And so that argument will still exist, but the film would have just been the film, and people would have been like, it's a film that happened, it's done. But because it's the Joker, and the Joker is so
it's
popular.
All that rap.
Yeah, it got way more attention than it needed, and people are talking about it as if Joaquin Phoenix wasn't always a great actor. There's like a whole generation of people who are now talking about Joaquin Phoenix because you never fucking watched a Joaquin Phoenix film because it didn't have a character that you know already as the title character. So like they knew if they did that.
You've got to sort of hand it to them, man. I mean, it's a little underhanded, but it works.
It works.
You know?
Yeah. I get it. It's genius in a sense, you know. Like here's this director who directed comedies that people don't really take seriously. They just say they're great. Like the Hangover was hilarious. I laughed my ass off. The first one specifically, I was I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard during that film, and I love it. And the second one was pretty funny too. I don't think I ever watched the third one.
I watched them with my missus, and I loved them all. We absolutely laughed our asses off too.
Yeah,
very good.
They're good comedies, you know. Not taking anything away from Todd Phillips. I just think that's his thing. I think this here, he said he wanted to make a serious comic book film, and I'm like, but you didn't make anything comic in it other than the name of the character. You twisted up the timeline. You have an 8-year-old Bruce Wayne when Joker is in his 40s or 50s. Like that's pretty bad timing if you're trying to, which makes you wonder, is it really even Bruce Wayne?
I think in some weird way that's kind of why I liked it so much, because it was not for that specific point, but the fact that it was almost like a fuck you. It was a joke.
Yeah.
You know. It takes a lot of balls, I think, for a director to do something like that sometimes. Yeah, and like, you know, you got to give the guy his props. He set that up perfectly. He fooled a lot of folks, and he got a lot of people basically fighting each other. Yeah, for something that's just a joke and not to be taken too seriously. You know, true. That's kind of pandemic of society today. We take way too much too serious. You know, that's it. This is why we were talking about it before, about how seriousness, in a sense, is kind of an illness to our consciousness. You know, every time we fall into seriousness, we start talking about depression, anxiety. We start to believe all these ideas about ourselves that don't really exist when you examine them closely. You know, and I think that's the thing. Just you really got to admire the balls of something like that to do it in a way that gets people believing that, you know, it's something really bad and we've got to be scared of this, you know. Think of all the people that are going to be killed because of this movie, right? It creates that hysteria.
That's true. That is true. On that, like, as I didn't think about it from that perspective, but yeah, it does take balls for someone to actually, you know, do something like that and try to kind of pull the wool over people's eyes. But the problem is that kind of stuff is happening every day. I think there's a lot of people in different positions that have mastered that, and we're always dealing with it. It's kind of like, can you make, if he had done the same thing with an original story, I would have been like, okay, I'll give you your props. But for you to take a story that did this back in, what year did Taxi Driver and them come out? Is that 70s?
Was it 88 or 78? I can't remember. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah,
like I think it was about 78. I think.
Yeah, so it was way back then. These movies did that exact same thing, and all you did was regurgitate it and put the Joker's name on it. You get props for putting it all together and getting it out there, but at the same time, you literally borrowed other people's words and other people's original.
This is why I was saying, you know, like, I think for people like me and you, why we find it difficult to sort of in these movies is because they keep taking characters which we know and love, and we know and love them sort of deeply.
They have their own rich history, and that's being ignored.
Yeah, and when they take these characters and they do that with them, it's like a fuck you to us as well. And I totally get that. Yeah. Like, but I remember telling you this last time for myself. Anytime I watch a movie, whether it be if it's based upon some comic book character, like for X-Men was the one I think we were talking about before. I have to totally take myself away from my love of X-Men and what I think X-Men should be.
I can't, man.
I know. It's hard. But otherwise, I cannot enjoy them films because they're shit.
Yeah.
Because what I wanted out of them X-Men movies was to see my X-Men, right? And like we didn't get that.
No, we wanted to see that. No, forget yours. The X-Men, because what you wanted to see was literally the X-Men from the period that they were popular, which is why they're even allowed to make this. It's why they even wanted to make the movie in the first place, is because X-Men #1 is one of the, if not the best-selling comic book of all time. And that's what they wanted a movie. This is what and that's what the studio, and that's what anyone who was like, we need to make an X-Men film, that's what they wanted. That's what they were thinking of when they said yes to that. Not the bullshit that Bryan Singer was giving us. I don't even know what that is. What was that?
Like I say, if I mix that with what I love about X-Men, it falls down every time. I can't enjoy the films, you know what I mean? So I have to completely disassociate what I feel X-Men is from the movies. And I've done that sort of successfully, and I've kind of been able to enjoy them for what they are.
I did it with the first one and the third one.
It's hard.
And no. I did it with the second one and the third one. And it's been really hard. But the third one was a little easier because it was unapologetically following the framework that, like, most of the good X-Men stories have. Like, you see them at the school, life is good, they're still learning about how to deal with the world that doesn't like them, but life is okay in this pocket, you know? Then there's a threat that happens. They jump in the jet, they fly over to deal with the threat, then it's revealed that some other craziness is going on, and this is where all the drama happens, you know? And so you have your drama. They have to figure out what they're going to do next once they regroup from failing to stop whatever that first threat was. Then there's more drama. Then there's something that will happen in the school. Then now they got to, regroup from that and then figure out their plan to stop the big picture thing. Magneto will have his plan. There's whatever the thing is. At the end of it, there's this big battle, so much property damage, it's ridiculous. They fly back home, rinse and repeat. That's X-Men. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, man. They basically are the guilty pleasures, aren't they? They fall into that bracket. Those movies, they're just complete guilty pleasures. You can't really enjoy them. As what you want them to be. But if you can keep them in mind that they're an attempt by somebody who really doesn't understand the source material, then you're all right. It's just a nice guilty pleasure. It can go there every now and again. It comes out, and you can laugh at how stupid it is.
Well, I think three doesn't get the credit that it deserves, because if you think about a lot of the things, like Kelsey Grammer as Beast, like when Beast speaks based on watching a cartoon, in my mind I used to always imagine Frasier's voice. Then when I see the same actor play Beast, and then I see him all buffed up with the crazy hair, wearing a suit and stuff, I'm like, holy shit, they made Beast like the Beast I was seeing in the Jim Lee issues that I love the most from the 90s, the early 90s. I think it's like 1 through 12 or 11, something like that. That was Beast. That was the Beast.
That was him.
And I was like,
he did a good job.
Like, he felt legit like Beast. Wolverine felt like Wolverine. I just don't see him as the leader of any team. But they had scenes.
That was the thing that pissed me off the most, actually. What they did was Cyclops. They made him fucking cardigan wearing goody two shoes asshole who just, oh man, what are you doing? This is supposed to be the leader. At least give him some leadership qualities.
Exactly.
Make us believe that he is Cyclops. But none of it.
There's a whole bunch really of favoritism. But there were a lot of things in 3. Like, there were a lot of mutants that showed up that I was like, wow, like Multiple Man with his smarmy ass grin and like the way he talked and just acted. I mean, he was only in there for a couple seconds, and I was like, wow, that feels like what Jamie would feel like in like how he felt in the comics. Like that attitude. It's like that guy, for that bit part, he must have actually read a bunch of books because he acted.
This is it. I was going to say, I wonder if that was by accident. He had such a small part, so he thought, right, I'm going to really nail this small part.
Yeah,
it translated that way.
Yeah, it worked, man. I was surprised. I was like really blown away at just like him. I always loved Magneto in these films. He was terrible. in the first one he wasn't so good, but it seemed like he got better as the films went on, and in 3
But in Days of Future Past, man, I
cool.
loved his character.
Yeah, he was cool there. He was cool. He was one of the bright spots of that film. But yeah, it was weird, man, just seeing the X-Men do what the X-Men do. They show up as a team, they work together, they blow shit up, they beat the bad guys, like, and they cause ridiculous property damage. Like, that's X-Men. Because you remember there were always those shots in X-Men books where, like, Cyclops would be standing in front of the rest of the team, pointing at the screen, saying something, and there'd be rubble everywhere, and they'd be, like, posed up on different pieces of rubble, getting ready to jump at the bad guys. And you had a lot of that in, just from a visual standpoint, you had a lot of that in the third movie. And then you had, like, the unlikely pairings, like Kitty Pryde versus Juggernaut. What? But she probably could survive because he can't hit her. So,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
She can
like,
basically teleport through shit.
Yeah, she's phased right through all his attacks, and it would be like, you know, she could piss him off. And if he's going to be that depowered, she would figure out a way to, you know, I could see that working. I don't know. With what they had, I felt like they played with the toys correctly and gave us the. I know a lot of people hated the film, but they hated it because they were judging it based on the previous film. X2 took that weird framework that they'd created in the first one, and they kind of made it work. They shat all over Cyclops. They jumped the shark with the Phoenix, but a lot of things worked really well, you know. But all right, we need to jump into some toy stuff because we
let's do it, man.
A movie extravaganza, man. That was awesome though. I like doing this though because, you know, it's nice not having restrictions as far as, you know, where we can jump when it comes to, you know, the stuff we're into and what we can talk about. But
yeah, definitely. I always enjoy this, man. Anytime I can talk about movies and stuff like this, I'm game, you know.
It's funny because it really informs a lot of like what we collect in some ways. Like I have a couple shelves just full of like heroes and monsters from movies that I like, and video games too. And it's weird that, like, you know, most of us do. That's just...
We're basically living in our multiverse, right? We're doing it from all different angles: movies, video games, action figures.
Yeah,
it is the multiverse, and it's great how we can bring all these imaginings together.
It's true.
You know, it's kind of like why I really resonate with you as a collector, actually, because you do notice that as you're watching your videos, how you're creating your own world. You even put it in the start of your videos, you know. And that's something I enjoy doing. I remember being as a kid, talking earlier about the Batman figures. Mm-hmm. I was always there playing with them figures, creating my own world, my own universe, setting up little set pieces and stuff like this, you know. And I love that, man. It's great.
That's the way to do it, man. It's the way to do it. You gotta. It's one thing to just have them sitting there on a shelf looking pretty, and it's another thing to actually interact with them and create the world that you want them to inhabit. Because, I mean, essentially that's what you're doing. You're kind of regurgitating what you've seen on screen. I mean, that sounds so gross when I say regurgitate, but you're like replaying.
I get it.
You're replaying what you've seen on screen or what you've read in the books, except you're doing it in real time. You're making Batman jump into the Batmobile. It
brings you into the moment. Like you say, it gets you in there and just enjoying you for a change.
Yeah.
Because like there are so many distractions in the world, you know, we're always getting sucked into something political or, you know, whatever it is. And you don't really take much time for yourself. But like when you're playing with your figures like we do, you have time for yourself then. It's sort of therapeutic in a sense.
Exactly. So, yeah, life is pretty stressful. It can be stressful. And you do need a change of pace. And this is a good way to make sure that you get that, you know?
Yeah. I love your posing as well, man. Like watching the way you pose your figures. Well, you know, I think you can see that with me as well. I really love to capture them moments of just where the figures are posed so well, but they're moving in a way that feels natural to the characters that you're trying to portray.
Yep. Yeah. Like your Batman images, your Ascending Knight and your Sovereign Knight images. Those ones on Instagram are dope. I mean, the X-Men one are dope too. You have a lot of dope ones, but like those ones come to mind immediately because I could tell you were playing you were playing like even Blade and Punisher. I could tell you love the Punisher one. I could tell you love the Blade figure. You had them like, you know, sweeping a room, and it looked cool. You know, the way they were looking down the scope, and I mean looking down the sights of the gun.
I just love. I'm literally. I set up my diorama, and I'm literally just looking at from different angles of these figures, because like that Punisher figure specifically, it's probably one of my favorite pieces in my collection.
Yeah,
I fucking love that toy. It's
perfect,
perfection. It's a piece of art as far as I'm concerned, right? But as I'm posing it and I'm doing different things, I'm in awe, and I'm like a kid. I'm just like, wow, imagine if I had this when I was 6 years old. You know, it blows my mind that I've got this thing.
Yeah.
I enjoy it so much. And it's so easy to take pictures of as well. They like add a bit of shadowing, get the lighting right, and wow, they just look stunning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's good fun.
So, okay, so we've talked about this when we tried this the last time, or when we spoke the last time, but let's do 5 of the figures from last year that just like blew you away. Right,
5 figures that blew me away. Oh, well, it has to be, the first one for me was obviously the NECA Turtles. I don't think I've ever been so fucking happy. I managed to buy them. I managed to buy them on eBay.
Oh, you did?
Which, in hindsight, I could have waited, because now I'm seeing them on a German website for like €80.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, shit, man, I could have got them a lot cheaper. But I think I paid something like 180, so almost like double the price.
Almost, no, I think it was, almost double. You're right. Yeah, that's what they were at Comic-Con.
So I was so excited to get them. But when I finally, I kept scouring eBay for these turtles, because I wanted them so badly. And I finally saw one there. Okay, I was thinking, right, I got some birthday money here. I'm going to just buy them. Fuck it. And I was so happy to know that these things were coming, man. But when they arrived, I remember taking them out of the box. I was like, it's just amazing. This is 30 years in the waiting, you know?
Yeah.
I was literally like looking at it, and I was like, I didn't even want to take them out of the box. It was a really weird thing. I didn't want to take them out of the box straight away. I was just admiring the box, right? It's a really weird thing collectors do. We're just like taking our time. Every moment is precious, right? So I was looking through all these figures down, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to let them sit on the table in the box for a little while, and I'm just going to look at them for a bit. And I probably went and had a bite to eat, and then I came back, I looked at them some more. It's really fucking bizarre. I'm probably coming across like a right lunatic right now, but I don't care.
No, I understand. I totally get it. It's like savoring the moment, man. I know what you mean.
Yeah. This was something I've waited for my entire life, to finally get this thing. That, like, I remember watching all the video reviews and all the pictures that people were sharing of them on Instagram, and I was just like, oh, it hurt my soul that I couldn't get these things that I just wanted. I needed them, right? I was like an addict. And finally opening them up and just looking at them and just, oh, wow. They were probably the highlight of the year for me, no doubt.
Yeah, they're dope.
You know, nothing has really hit me that hard for a long time. And I think obviously because of the history that people like me and you have with these characters and these figures, it just makes the impact that a little bit more. And I know we're not alone. I've heard so many people as well talk about how geeked they were. Yeah. And feeling that euphoria of getting these figures. So, yeah, that was definitely the number one for me for the last year.
That makes sense. They were for me too. So, yeah, that works.
Yeah. I still look at them every time I go into my games room, right, on the shelf, and I just like, it puts a smile on my face. You know?
Yeah. I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. They're right next to me on I have a shelf right next to where my computer and everything is, because my games and my art, like my studio, essentially has all of it is in the same spot. I mean, I spread it out, but you know, some of the stuff
you've got to do a collection room tour, man. I would love to see what your setup's like there. I bet you've got loads of crazy shit that we'd love to see.
Yeah, I'll do one. I always feel weird about doing the collection room videos and like haul videos, you know, because
Fucking don't, man. Everybody does them. You know what I mean? It's like
it just feels like I'm bragging. Like look what I got, and you may not. You know, it's like, oh fuck. But
I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. Fuck it. We only live. You've got these things. Enjoy them. Let us enjoy them with you. That's the way I look at it. Anyway.
True. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll see how many people. If a bunch of people are into this and they want to see it, let me know, and then I'll jump in and I'll do one. It's fun. It's fun to show everything, and everything's lit better than it once was, because in the past my lighting was horrible. Woo. I didn't have enough lights up here for things, and most of my shelves are like wooden shelves, so and I don't have lights in the shelves. This is one thing my wife and I were talking about actually last night. We were talking about she always makes fun of me because I have so many different types of shelves up here. And I'm just like, hey, I needed shelves. These were what was available at the time. I'm slowly trying to uniform everything, but I'm going to.
What does your wife think of your collecting?
Oh, she likes it. She likes it because she likes whenever there's figures that have cool engineering, like clever ways of like. The calf muscle can fit into the back of the like a recess in the back of the thigh, that sort of thing. Or like on Transformers, when you move, you bend something and like another portion of their body moves. Like another part of the arm moves or something. That kind of stuff like blows her away.
She has an appreciation for the craft. Sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
That's good to have, man. That's really good to have. I think it's important that your partner in at least some way, can appreciate the reason why you collect. Otherwise it's hard going, I think.
Oh yeah, and I've been there too, where the girl I was with before or girls I was with before had issues like you're too old for toys, and I'm like, grown men make these toys. But no, they don't. These are kids' toys, and I'm like, you don't understand what I'm saying. An adult made this to sell to all types of kids. And it's like a weird.
It says on the box, adult collectors.
Exactly. Or like when you have like xenomorphs and stuff, like children should not see that movie. You know what I mean? Many of us we have, and we probably shouldn't have seen it at the age that we did. But you probably don't want to watch a movie where people are getting essentially raped by face huggers. Like that's not, no child.
Unless you've got something, you just need to cathartically get out without hurting any other people.
Yeah, it's like one of those.
I remember watching their movies like Halloween, Aliens, Terminator. I wouldn't say they were forced upon me, but let's just say that my uncle and my auntie at the time, they were like, whatever. They're so free about everything. Like, hey, he'll grow up quicker. Fuck it.
Yeah, I had older cousins that were just like, yeah, these movies are going to scare the crap out of you. And I'm like, but I don't want to be scared. And they're like, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it because we'll be right here. You won't be scared. But I'm like, you just said it's going to scare the crap out of me. Like, I don't want to be scared, I remember when I first saw Predator. That's how it was. I had never seen anybody skinned. I had never even thought about the idea of a human being skinned. And then
like what does that do to your child mind?
Yeah, you know what I mean? So like that was the thing that terrified me more than the rest of the film, is that's what the thing does to people. So I was sitting there like, this is disgusting. Like that's what he wants to do to us? And they're like, no, that's not even the worst part. And I'm like, I don't want to see any more. Like, why do I want to see worse? And I'm kind of glad I did see it so that I got the idea. And then I got to see Arnold, who was my hero at the time, still one of my heroes, but was definitely my hero back then when I was younger, beat the Predator. So I'm like, okay, cool. This was worth it, to hear
such a good film.
Arnold say, "You're one ugly motherfucker." This shit was amazing, man. It was amazing.
You felt how pissed off that Predator was at that comment as well. He actually understood what he was saying. Like,
exactly.
Yeah. I tell you, man, my uncle, right? I love him to bits because he introduced me to video games, horror movies, all this kind of stuff. But he was a addictive motherfucker, right? Like, the night I watched Halloween, which we were talking about earlier on, right? I must have been like 5 or 6 years old, something like this. I literally used to sit on my auntie's lap right? Just watching this because I was so fucking terrified. What my uncle would do, he'd wait until the film's over, right? And I'd used to sleep on the couch. He would go outside of the house with a torch, right? And he would be standing in the window with a torch underneath his fucking chin.
Oh, come on.
I know.
Come on.
And, like, I remember because they had this like huge grandfather clock, you know, it always used to go off at 12 midnight. And it was loud, like dong, dong, dong. And this thing hit 12 midnight. And I was like, whoa. I literally scared me because I just watched this movie. And then I turn around and he's in the window.
I'm telling you, straight up brick of poop on the ground, down my leg, on the ground.
That put me up big time. I was like, I was seeing that white mask everywhere. I remember going home, like maybe a week later, and any time I was in the dark, I still saw that fucking mask.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just my imagination just created it and manifested it for me. I was terrified of that shit, man. But my uncle, he was laughing his tits off.
It's so jacked up, man. But it's funny because
he's such a lovely man. You know what I mean? But he has got the sick sense of humor.
Yeah, man. It's weird because, like, you know, you do need those experiences. They help. It doesn't feel like it at the time, because at the time you're like, fuck, why would you do this to me, you know? But like as you get older, you realize how formative some of these experiences are, and you know, it helps you appreciate different things, you know?
It gave me so much. These experiences, even though, like you say, you didn't really enjoy them at the time, but they gave me so much.
Yeah.
They allowed me to go deep.
Yeah.
With my fear, for example, you know, like when you go deep into your fear, you start to sort of understand it and realize it a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more self-aware, you know. And
exactly,
I think these are the things we quite often miss.
Yep.
You know, with today's world, we're all like, "Oh, protect the kids, don't let them see this." And they go into the world, and this because they've been so coddled, they just don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, they don't know how to lose. They don't understand failure. And you know, and this is a thing that like it's hard to get that point across to your kids. You know, I teach my son. I try to show him all these things. Like, we play video games, and I let him figure it out for himself. And I'm like, yeah, you're gonna have to get good on your own in some of these cases, but I can give you tips. But you have to learn how to. You're gonna have to learn how to, you know, get back up when you screw up, because you're gonna screw up a lot.
It must be great for him to have a dad like you. Just somebody you can share these things with.
I hope he thinks so.
I'm sure he does, man. I'm sure he does.
I hope so. Sometimes he gets frustrated easily, but I think that, you know, having practice at failing, it sounds so weird when you say it, but I know from martial arts.
That's not weird at all, man. Like, you have to fail.
Yeah.
If you've never failed in your life, then you haven't learned anything.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you have to fail to learn, and then that's how you win in the end. You fail enough times till eventually you learn how to win.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, man. And like, anytime you fail in life, if any kid come to me and they're like, "Oh, I can't do this, well, just keep trying."
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
It's part of the process, you know, part of trying. Yeah, no winner has ever won without failing. Yeah, you know, I firmly believe that.
Yeah, at some point you have to fail. It's true. It's very true.
Yeah.
So I try to let him, you know, feel it and understand how it works, so that he's not completely caught off guard. You know what I mean? When he screws up or if something doesn't go his way. And so it's getting better. I mean, he's only 6. He's going to be 7 the end of this year. So he's got plenty of time. And I tell him that all the time. I'm like, don't be in a hurry, man. Because when I was a kid, I remember wanting... Being a kid. Enjoy it. Because I remember wanting to be an adult so bad. I wanted to go to bed when I wanted to go to bed. That was the big one. Like, that's why I wanted to be an adult. So I could stay up all night and do whatever the hell I wanted to do. Now I do it. And then the next morning, I'm like, shit, I should have went to bed earlier, because now I feel all groggy and sluggish, you know? And my brain works better at night, so I'm kind of wired for that anyway. But it's a struggle, you know what I'm saying? Like, just to make sure that I'm functional in the morning. So I don't know. It's funny seeing another, you know, and I've mentored other kids too. So it's funny hearing them have that struggle, because they deal with the same shit. You can't do things because of your age. You know, you're small. You got to do this. wait till you're this age, then you can do this. And then in the meantime, you spend your childhood wanting to be an adult. Then you become an adult. You want to go back to being a kid. Just enjoy them at the time that you're going through them, and you level out the playing field, and you don't have to go through the missing one to get to the next. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's why your boy is going to really appreciate that, because clearly you have that understanding and that wisdom, so that he's going to be with you for the rest of your life, and he's going to learn all these experiences through you. So, yeah, he's going to love you, man.
I'm hoping. We do have a good relationship. I got lucky that, with him, my older son, the stepson, it was a difficult transition to get to where he's like, oh, I get it. You're just here to help. Yeah. At first, and I understand it's a complicated thing having a stepdad, and then still having your actual dad somewhere in the
ether.
In the ether, yeah, because he's there. He just doesn't do very much, But he definitely doesn't want someone else raising his kid, so he made sure to be vocal and visible so that there's never a question. But it took a long time, and now he actually comes to me about stuff and actually wants to hear my opinion on things, and
yeah, that's good. When he gets to his early teens now, I think you'll probably notice a lot of that, because the teenage years they've always said is the most difficult time.
Oh yeah, because
you're going through puberty and all that kind of stuff, and it's just you got your emotions and your hormones flying around.
Yep.
So that's a very confusing time for a young person.
Of course.
I can imagine your boy, when he gets to his young teens, he will rely on you so much for just trying to get through that period,
Yeah. I mean, as it is now with the younger one, he everything, he asks me everything. Sometimes to the point where I'm just like, go figure it out. and then come back.
For you to learn for yourself.
Yeah, but I don't mind. It's like a privilege, seeing all of it and being actively involved is such a big privilege, man, because it's stuff you don't notice. You don't notice. I don't remember figuring out some of this stuff, but you obviously had to in order to get to where, to being an adult.
Yeah. For you, it's seeing it from just a different perspective, seeing yourself from a different perspective.
True.
You were once the kid, and now you're seeing it from the other angle,
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'm really enjoying now. My partner, two girls I'm living with, Yasmin and Melina. They're not my girls, obviously, but they're from a previous marriage. But I've really connected with them, and I can see my influence sort of rubbing off on them both.
Yeah.
It's beautiful to see that getting reflected back to you. When they come to you with so much appreciation, and I always say, Yasmin, the eldest, she is so ahead of her time. She's so self-aware. When she's angry or she's frustrated, she will actually reflect it, and she'll talk about it. I remember when I was a kid, I couldn't talk about this shit.
Me neither.
It's impossible for me, right? It was it was hard. It was sensitive. I didn't want to touch it. But she's going through the motions, man, and she's trying to understand why. And I'm proud of it.
That's awesome.
It's very cool.
She might have a future in psychology or counseling or something, because she understands it.
Yeah, she has actually talked about that.
That's awesome.
But she's got this sort of mind where I think she can do anything she puts her mind to. She has got that ability. She's very good at writing. She likes to write stories and stuff like this, and she... me and her, we've sort of watched the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe together. What she will do is she will take these characters that she really loves, and she will create her own mini stories about these characters.
What? So she's writing fan fictions already.
Out the characters. She's writing out different family members that she can add in and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, damn,
Wow.
It's impressive to see that sort of mind to want to create.
Yeah.
And she has that. And she's asking me recently, about doing things for a career and stuff, because she's now 17. And I say, man, just follow what you love. Do what you love to do. Forget what I want you to do. Forget what your mum wants you to do. Just you do and follow what you want to do.
Exactly.
And find that passion. Eventually, you'll get so good at it, you'll find some fool to pay you for it.
Yeah. That's
And
true.
that to me is like, if I could give her anything, it would be to follow what you love,
Yeah.
not what people think you should be doing.
Yeah.
You know?
It's true, because we do get caught up in that kind of stuff, where you do what your
Yeah,
mom
it's so,
or your
so
dad
easy
wanted you
to
to
get
do.
up in that.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
true,
man.
man. It's so true. Yeah, guys, this is the part of of these talks. This is why I wanted to do these kinds of things in the first place. Is just because, like I said, there's so many people out there who we chat with them. We talk regularly, and they have such different perspectives on how life and everything in general that you don't normally hear when you go on your usual toy. And I get it, people come to the channels for toys. I get it. But the toys exist in and of themselves. You will come to your conclusion. It's the people who are interacting with them and kind of giving you their perspective that's more interesting. And like hearing, your perspective, and hearing, like I've talked with Kyle and ODC and Agent O and all these other people, just hearing their perspective and how they go about doing stuff, it just makes this all more interesting, because as people,
yeah, man, it enriches everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It gives you different perspectives, different ideas, and they're all bouncing off each other. And yeah, man, that's what it's about, connection.
I agree. So you got 4 more figures that blew your mind last year.
Right. Well, obviously, the Mafex Spider-Man.
Wow, that's an amazing one. Ooh,
was a big one for me, because I think one of the reasons I got back into collecting after so many years was because of Spider-Man.
Uh-huh.
I really love, like I told you last time, I really love the McFarlane comics. I used to read them every time I went to my Nan's newsagent as a kid. And yeah, anyway, I saw this classic Spider-Man, which I hadn't had in my collection at all. It was like I was searching for the right one.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Mafex, to me, I looked at them eyes, man.
They're
the
perfect.
Eyes was what sold the figure. They were perfect. I mean, it's not 100% McFarlane, but it's that sort of Bagley.
It's Bagley, Larson, and McFarlane had that similar.
Yeah, exactly. It had that sort of feel to it, and I thought, yeah, that's another one I have to get. And I had so much fun with that figure, man. It was so great to pose.
Yeah. I think they call those eyes the Felix the Cat eyes. That's the way they refer to them, the Felix the Cat.
It's the cat food, is it?
No, it's the remember in the what was that? This black and white cartoons.
Of
Felix the Cat back in the day. He had those giant eyes that get smaller as they go towards his nose.
Yeah.
It's exactly how Spider-Man's were in that era.
Right, I didn't hear that before. Okay, interesting. But yeah, that figure, wow, I really enjoy. I mean, okay, I got to be careful with this, right? Because I have talked to a few people on Instagram about it, and like I think some people get the wrong impression about me, because I quite often say the Mafex, we've talked about this as well, the Mafex figures, as good as they are nowhere near worth that amount of money.
I agree. Yeah.
They're nowhere near worth that amount of cheddar, right?
Yeah, there was that huge jump from $40, and then all of a sudden, and that was after they released several like subpar Star Wars figures, and then that Iron Man Mark, was that the 49 or 40 something? It's the one from Civil War, I think it was.
Yeah.
And people complained about how wobbly he was, and he couldn't do this and he couldn't do that, and parts were falling off. And then all of a sudden they were $90. I'm like, wait, how do you go from failed attempts to $90 price tag? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said to you last time, that they went from a $45, $50 price point with poor QC to straight away a $90 price point with poor QC. It doesn't make any sense, right? Nope. So, but you have to give them props in the sense of what they did with that Spider-Man figure, for example, is they knew exactly what people wanted. Because I'm not the only one. I think there are quite a few people in the market for a genuine classic comic Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So they knew if we get them eyes right, if we get the articulation right, and they'd already had so many different successes with the Homecoming Spider-Man and everything they'd done before. I think they knew they were onto a winner, and they did produce a winner. But yeah, that being said, it was nowhere near. It was no way worth that amount of money.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was a good figure. I will say I had a lot of fun with it, and if you can get one at a good price, you're gonna have a great time.
Yeah, the pictures you took were awesome. I remember seeing your you had this one shot of him between, like, he was like in an alley with his mask off, and like I think his feet were holding him up between two walls. It was.
Thank you. Yeah. I remember doing that, man. That was so difficult to do.
It was, but it looked amazing though, man. It was like, that's the kind of shit I want to see. Like, I have a gripe with a lot of the photography online. Like, I mean, and people don't like to give good critiques because I guess they think that if you critique something, you don't like it, and it's not always like that. You can see potential and give people tools to learn how to, and this is what I wish more of the conversation was, as opposed to, this guy's shit, this character is garbage, I hate this toy, or I love. No, how about you guys talk about the picture and how to better the quality of your pictures? Because some people, you see these posts where they show the picture, then they show you the same picture again, but through the viewing screen on their, the program connected to their phone or to their camera or whatever, and the picture itself is boring as shit. And it's like, the behind the scenes works when you take an amazing picture, because we all want to know,
when you put
how
some
did you do
proper effort into it, like
But if you just stand them up kind of haphazardly, you got all the lighting, you got all the tools, and it's amazing that you could afford all these tools.
That frustrates the shit out of me, man. I see some pictures I always like to say I like to get my feet flush, right? They've got to look good.
Yeah.
Like, some people are putting their figures and they're posing their figures and they're just like, I don't know, they just don't look natural at all.
Exactly.
Like, the feet aren't flush, nothing is where it's supposed to be, and they're just standing there, and it's like, is that the best you could do with that thing?
Because even the way you make them stand, it's one thing that I learned a long time ago. I read a book. Was it a book or it was Wizard? Maybe it was a Wizard. Bart Sears and Alex Ross were talking about costumes and how, like, when you're drawing a character who has a form-fitting costume, you have to make the character stand as if they are the costume. You have to make them, the way they stand sells that costume. Like Superman, he should always stand up, back straight. His fist can be clenched, but not tight like he's going to hit you, just confidently. And his chest is out. Not too much, and his head should be straight. If he's looking too far up, then it looks like he's looking down his nose at you, and he's not that kind of character. If his head is too far down, then it looks like he's confrontational and he's trying to get ready to attack you. And you want to have him he's pretty neutral, because he doesn't need to really try to take you down. You know what I mean? Spider-Man.
Exactly.
Spider-Man is a regular guy. He just has crazy ass powers, but when he's standing there, just standing up straight, he would have a regular stance. Like they call it a contrapposto, where you lean on your back leg, and you know what I mean? Your hips are a little off.
Yeah. Where you just look good and vanilla, basically.
Yeah, and then when he's in his Spider-Man poses and he's doing stuff, Stan Lee and them described it as knees and elbows. His knees and elbows need to be sticking out. This is how you give the impression of, like, the spider portion of him. He only has 4 limbs. So in order to make him look like he's all over the place, you got to have the elbows in one direction, pointing upward or outward, his hands in another direction, going in one way, knees in one direction, feet in another. You know what I mean? He has to look like he's in motion doing stuff. And if you miss these points, then you're not really capturing the character. I don't know how many characters or pictures I see on Instagram where it's like Spider-Man skateboarding in a vanilla pose, standing half on the skateboard. Like, come on, guys. Like, he's Spider-Man. Or, like, they put Air Force Ones on Peter Parker instead of putting them on Miles Morales, it's his trademark. Like, get the character right. You can't just keep doing everything on every single figure. Or, like, the lighting and stuff is amazing, but like you said, their feet, they're standing on the edges of their feet, not even flat. They're not like, it just, I don't know. It's like they didn't learn anything from looking at the artwork. in the comics.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, man. I think a lot of young people do it as well, and perhaps they, like for me, as an example, when I'm posing Spider-Man, what I'm thinking of in my head while I'm doing it is McFarlane poses.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, for what I've seen in the comics, and I try to recreate that.
Twist them up as much as possible.
Exactly. I just want to do some sick pose, which I've seen that I'm like, oh, and that's the beautiful thing about this figure. There's not much you cannot do.
It's true.
Like, you can literally do anything as long as you have your imagination. You can do anything with this figure, and that's what makes it so good.
Yeah.
The engineering on it is very, very good, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, I think a lot of the younger generation, they don't really get that, maybe.
Yeah. Well,
you know,
I think it's the mentality that you hear it on YouTube too. Buy a whole bunch of expensive equipment, and that will circumvent the lack of skill that you may have. And it's like, no, you need to look at the guys you love and imitate the shit out of them. Like, see what they do, figure out how they do what they do, then put your twist on it. When you get to that point, start posting your pictures. Don't post the pictures while you're still figuring it out, because they're not going to be as good as what you would like. You know what I mean? Like,
it's crazy, man. I tried to struggle not to get too pissed off about it, because I do sometimes. I'm looking at it, I'm like, really? What the hell are you doing with that figure? And I see like 3,000 likes, and I'm like, what the fuck? How?
Yeah,
How did that happen? You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, and I try not to get too much into that, because it becomes a bit of an ego play then. And I'm like, I could do better than that, you know. But
for me, it's when I was in art school, you would have to put whatever you do up in front of the class, and then you'd have to receive a critique. The difference between a critique and just people hating on you is that the critique would have overall constructive points if it was an effective critique. Like, they would say, you know, the anatomy on this picture, this character looks weird. Why is his arm going in this direction instead of this when he's standing like this? So, you know, perspective would say, yada, 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 whatever. You know, they would go into the details of why something looks weird and what you could do to fix it. So what I don't see online is much of that. I just
the thing is, I really appreciate that as well. Like, if somebody critiques my stuff and they say something what would be considered negative, I actually enjoy that, because I actually think to myself, maybe he's right. And I try to take it on and see perhaps if there's something I can change.
Exactly.
I remember just recently, actually, is it Boog Nice?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, from Articulated Comic Book Art. I think he was the one that started it all.
Uh-huh.
I made a shot with the Avengers. Now, the thing is, I will admit, my camera is a piece of shit, right? It's not the best of cameras.
But it looks good. Your pictures look... The clarity is there.
Thank you. I do the best I can with it. But what I notice is it really struggles if I do a sort of far-out, wide panning shot.
Yeah.
It struggles to get any of the finer details, right? So what I would do when I'm posing my Avengers, I try to get them all in the shot, but it's not always possible. Well, I mean, it's possible, but you have to be tricky with it. You have to be a bit smart with it.
Yeah.
And he commented, like, just pan out, basically. Just try and get the whole team in.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, yeah, man, I can do better. So I made another one, and, yeah, it was better.
Yeah.
But I appreciated the comment, you know. I know, coming from someone like him, I know he takes his art in Articulated Comic Book Art very seriously, right? So I was happy to take on what he was giving.
Yeah. And that makes
sense. And I think that's a positive, you know what I mean? I think people like that have the right to sort of rip your shit. Yeah. Because you know it's coming from experience.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and there's a way to do it, too, that's not just... Like, there are people who do not try, but no one rips their shit so that they know they should try before they put this up. Instead, if they post a shitty picture of Wolverine, everybody gives it likes because they all love Wolverine. And I'm like, look, it's not about just the character that's being put on display. I used to complain about this with the G.I. Joe community, and people are coming to it as non-artists, and they go, don't worry about the likes and the blah, 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 and the blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no. Literally, the only way we can tell that you like what we did or that you approve of what we did or we did it right is by the likes and the dislikes. If this shitty picture where this dude stood up a figure on his desk or on his dresser The light is terrible. The focus is terrible. There's no props. There's nothing going on in this picture. I can barely tell who it is. Has, a couple 100,000 likes. Then that's telling me that you guys don't give a fuck about the quality of what's being put up. And you don't even notice the quality of what's being put up. So here, like, there's some of us that are striving for quality. We don't have the money to buy the top of the line, DSLR camera, but we're making really nice shots with minimal equipment. And you're not looking at that stuff. But then here you're looking at shit pictures done with, poorly done on every level with a character or of a character that you like, and you're giving it all the attention. That doesn't really help, and that doesn't really speak well for the community as a whole of people who respect the work that goes into making this stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It reminds me of an old joke or an old skit where I'm trying to think what show it was. Everybody Loves Raymond, maybe?
Uh-huh.
You ever seen that show?
Oh, yeah.
Well, basically, I think, if I remember correctly, Ray has some pictures that his kid was doing.
Uh-huh.
And he's putting them up on the wall or the fridge or something like this.
Uh-huh.
And Frank comes in, he's just like, why are you putting that on the fridge? And he says, well, it's my kid's drawing. And, I want him to know that I'm proud of him. And he says, well, what does it say to your kid if you're putting his most useless crap on the fridge? You know what I mean? It's like you're accepting the mediocrity. Like in Frank's mind, it's like give the kid that shit back and say, "Do better, son."
Yeah. But like sometimes it's one of those things where like if I want to, I how do I put this? Because we had a page called Jodographs back in the day. It's me and another guy, Steven. I don't know if you're watching, Steven R. House. Him and I started this page on Facebook because we were annoyed with the quality of the pictures that were. This is what was going as counting as a quality image. It was always a Joe standing vanilla poorly on somebody's desk or their dresser with a whole bunch of other Joe products in the background. And the general consensus was, oh my God, that's awesome. And you read the comments and people would be going nuts. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on in this picture. I can't tell. You didn't create anything. You just put them there. There was no thought. Like the whole point of sharing these, like if it's a haul video or a haul picture, fine. But like when we're drawing, when we're no, what were you about to say? I'm sorry.
That's right. I was just going to say, it's crazy how many people sort of love the novelty of these things more than because it is a novelty, right? It's like, I just see it on my lunchbox, and isn't that cute? Oh, that deserves a like.
Yeah. So
it's that sort of thing.
We used to get so frustrated with it, so we started a channel or a page specifically for people who are into the art of photographing their Joes doing something, action figures in action. And so we got a decent amount of people that joined in at first. And they always posted quality stuff. Some of them you still see some of them are actually on the Strident page. So, props to you guys because you've been around for a long ass time and you're still doing quality stuff. But there were a lot of people who didn't get what we were saying. I would post challenges. It'd be like, post yourself. It's some of the stuff I did on Strident's page, but people didn't go into it. Like,
have you ever thought about doing that, like starting up an Instagram page, sort of like Articulated Comic Book Art, but get our own group together and we start something like that, where we do our posed pictures and try to make them as best we can, and try and give an artistic view of what we love about the figures that we have.
I would love to.
You know what I mean?
I would love to. I have a problem with. Here comes my. This is old Strident speaking. So, because I used to like, because when I go back and I listen to some of my old videos, I would critique the fuck out of things in general. Like I would really be hard on stuff because popularity was it's still kind of like this. Popularity is what is driving, the presentation of a lot of things, and it's not the level of quality. You see it in reviews. There's a lot of shit reviews out there that they have tons of subscribers and tons of, attention all the time because they speak to the right people. They kiss the right asses and stuff. I'm not about kissing people's asses because all I want to do is talk to you guys about figures, and like we can share information and learn and geek out together. I don't care if, you know, the ACBA folks don't like what I'm saying. Because, yeah, a lot of Marvel Legends are shit. It's a fact. It's not my just pure opinion. Fundamentally, they don't put the love into comic book Marvel Legends that they used to. They put it into the movie figures, they put it into Black Series, and they definitely put it into most of the import stuff. But, you know, to go crazy over Marvel Legends the way some of those guys do is kind of stupid to me, because it just feels like
no,
they're not
I
worth
agree
it.
with you with that.
So like, I know, because I've had them come on my channel and get mad at me because I didn't say that the newest Marvel Legend was amazing. I was like, well, you already got Boog Nice and the rest of them to do that. You don't need me to do it. So don't get on my case because I'm not pretending to be one of them. You know what I mean? I'm like, go talk to them.
People are so sensitive over their toys, aren't they?
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's like, you know, I'm trying to tell you, like, quality wise, you know, objectively, does this thing, like, the thing has however many points of articulation, but only one of the double jointed knee joints works. One of the elbow joints works, but it's a double one, you know?
This is one of the things that attracted me to your channel in the first place, because you give me a different perspective, a different view. Like, it is true, if you go on YouTube right now, you will find countless channels of everybody buying the latest figure and just wanking over it like it's the next thing, next coming of Christ. You know, it's like, oh, this is so fucking good. And it's just like, oh, you just can't take too much of that in, man. It becomes like, because if you listen to enough of it and you watch enough of it, you
believe
you're in a bad place, man. You're just going to consume for the sake of consuming.
Exactly.
You know?
And that's what we have too much of, and it needs to balance out. But so
what I loved about your channel was that you gave a perspective that wasn't in the mediocre park, you know? It was basically showing you that these figures which you were portraying have a certain quality which other people are just shitting on also.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm glad it came through.
I appreciate that, man, because not only did you save me a lot of money on certain things, but you made me also appreciate the things that other people were shitting on just because it maybe went against a figure that they loved or some shit like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, a lot of times they love a character, so they can't say that the figure of that character is bad. And I'm like, their feelings won't get hurt, I promise. Like, you can say that a company did a poor job portraying a certain character. You know, nothing's wrong with that. They exist. We have to buy them. They have to wow us to get us to buy their products. I mean, it's kind of fair if you say, like, you know, maybe this didn't work the way you expected it to, and then the next time they try, they can do better. But what I was going to say, though, to the thing about the art channel is, a lot of times I've proposed things and I've set up things to see to gauge what, you know, who will join. And there's like the same. There's about 10 of you on the you know, Strident page, and maybe even in YouTube land, there's maybe 100 of you that actually will join these things. You won't just say it, you'll actually do it. And then the rest will keep saying, oh yeah, I'm behind you, I'll support it, I'll do it, and they never show up. So a lot of things that I've wanted to do, I had to stop and think about, like, will people actually join in on this? Like, today I came across my old video, ODC's old video reviewing the custom cape I did for his classic Batman from the DC, I think it was Batman Unlimited line. And I did that back in 2013, where there was like 3 of us making capes. Tony May was one of them, and there was like a couple other guys they did it for themselves. They didn't do it like for fans and stuff. And I think I was selling my capes. They were like $14. These massive Batman capes that, you know, flow like you saw in the comics and stuff. And essentially it was like, send me the figure, I will put the cape on and send it back to you. You're only paying for shipping one way, and you pay for your cape. Now, it's super common for people to buy custom capes with, I mean, some of them have wires in them, some of them don't. But they're buying custom capes. These capes cost more than the figures that you're putting them on. And people are willing to do it because the ACBA folks finally caught on and started pushing those customizers or those creators. People like D Amazing, and like even with like head sculpts. We've always had custom head sculpts, but like some of these head sculpts are pretty well painted, and they cost more than the figure that you're going to put it on.
Yeah, that kind of annoys me as well.
And that's become a norm. It's accepted. It's just a thing that is, and people have gotten on board with that. I was trying to give people a deal, and it just doesn't seem like either I'm not talking to the people who typically join in on that stuff, or I'm not the delivery system for that. So maybe I need a hype man to
it's one of the weird things, man, because like really what you need to do first is get the base right. So you need to sort of have, I would say, a team of 5 or 6 of your homies, and then focus on that as a beginning place. Just put a shitload of content out that will attract people's eyes. And then I hate to say it like this, but you get a following of just whatever's, right? Like kind of what Articulated Comic Book Art have done. They've got a following of kids. The type that sort of watch Sharpness Prime. Yeah. There's just a legion of people like that who are watching that specific area of the internet, right? So once you've got that, then you can start to sort of span out and create, because until you've got that sort of recognition, and it's sad to say, but you won't get the
attention,
sell point, the attention that you need to sort of sell things. You know what I'm saying?
It's true.
So, first you need to get that. What I would love to do with you and perhaps a few more of the people you've had on your podcast, to just form a group of 5 or 6 of us, and we focus on creating. I mean, your posing to me is fucking exceptional, right?
Thanks.
And like, I would love to see more of that. I really would. And I think if you put that in a sort of in an Instagram space, and you have a whole page dedicated to just what you do with your posing, I think that will attract eyes.
But no. So you were talking about a Instagram channel.
Basically, I was talking about forming our own Avengers team. That's basically what I was getting to.
That'd be awesome.
But one basically centered around what we love, like posing, action figures, but also world building, giving other people sort of the imagination of the characters that we love. I think if you put that in a good platform, some place like Instagram, and you give a picture of what we're trying to create, and that I feel that would resonate quite a lot of people, because I find myself looking for that a lot.
Yeah, me too.
And there's not a lot of folks that do it. You know what I mean? This is why I'm here with you on this podcast, pretty much, because you're one of those people that create worlds, and it's not very often you see that. But I think if we were to get a group together who all sort of share that same vision, we could do something great.
Yeah.
Who's to say?
That sounds like a good idea, man. For real, I might have to do that.
Sign me up.
Yeah, it would be awesome. I'm gonna write down ideas, and then maybe that'll be a thing we'll start on. And I wanna. This is the thing too. Is like, sometimes what I struggle with those kind of things is I want people to be involved. But at the same time, when you're looking for a certain caliber of work to kind of represent the point that you're getting at, being someone, that likes to create, like a finished product. I mean, I know this is going to be a forever work in progress, because the idea is to just create a bunch of worlds, show people, like if you're playing with G.I. Joes, here's a way that you can definitively create a Joe-verse that will resonate with other people when they see what you've made. Or if you like superheroes, here's your a way to, I don't know, put together your Marvel world and your DC world, and have the worlds collide, things like that. All those things, but just through a very specific kind of lens. You need people who do the kind of work. They make the kind of images that fit this. It can't just be everyone because a lot of people like I love Agent O is my brother, but at the same time, he doesn't really take pictures of his figures. So, like, even though he would have cool ideas, I wouldn't be like, hey, Agent O, jump in on this. You know what I mean? It'd be more like
Mm.
I'd need the people who actually make the stuff that fits what we're talking about. You know, even if
Yeah, yeah.
they
I think
post.
the good thing is to try and keep it simple early on,
Yeah,
at least. Like
yeah,
one thing I enjoy what you do is like you literally through a lot of your videos you have just a white background,
mm-hmm.
and what that does is it accentuates the figure more than any other distraction,
Oh
right?
yeah,
So
yeah,
you're focused then more on the figure than you are anything else,
yeah.
and that's what the real point of it is, to
It's
focus on
on the
what you
figures.
were doing with that figure, right?
Yeah,
And I just think what I constantly think about you is if you could, I would love to see like your combat maneuvers for your Joes or stuff like this. You know,
uh huh.
I want to see this shit, man. Because
Oh,
I know you've got a freaky imagination,
and that
and I
shit's
know you
coming.
can
It's
you
actually
can
coming
do
right now.
something like
Yeah,
that, which I would be very, and I know many more would be very interested in seeing. You know, so just start simple like that, and just I happily see you posing your Joes with just the white background. I just want to see what you do with the figures themselves more than anything else, you know. And I
yeah.
think that translates.
Yeah, I've got, and I've been talking about them forever. They just take so long. Is the shorts because like I've been talking about the world building and stuff. We talk about it. I want to have more examples. So far, we only have 4 examples of like the Joes in action in universe doing what they're doing. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, yeah.
I want to do. I have like one. Actually, I have a couple larger scale. Each one is
But like your Fenris company, for
uh huh.
example, I want to see more of that.
Exactly, and they're part of what I'm talking about. Like
Yeah, yeah.
I've been stockpiling, and I talk about this with Kyle Kelly, action figure addict 112. I talk about this with him a lot. Is over the last couple years, I stopped working on the videos themselves because I was learning new things and learning different software. And then I started collecting things that I want to use in those videos, in those like short movies or whatever, short films.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a bunch of the enemies. I've shown you guys some of them. Like I've shown you the solution, the those McFarlane Interlink 6 figures.
Mm-hmm.
I've always wanted them to be the enemy of some group of characters, and then I finally got all of them, and I have, the story set up, and I've been shooting pieces and pieces and pieces of what that's going to look like as
Mm-hmm.
a short film. I've done the same with the Joes. I always talk about how like the Joes for me, there's legacy. So the code names they have, the guy you're looking at may not be the first guy to have that code name. He just fits the characteristics
Yeah,
of that particular code name. Like if you're Snow Job, you need to be, like a Olympic level survivalist. Olympic level
yeah, yeah.
marksman survivalist. You're that type of guy.
Mm.
And there might be physical characteristics too that the team is looking for the characters to embody that code name, so it almost looks as if that guy has never aged, or you know what I'm saying, like the particular,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like James Bond. They keep getting new guys, and the new guys, on paper it's the same characteristics, but when
Yeah.
you see the new guy, like Timothy Dalton doesn't look like Roger Moore, but he's still a
Mm-hmm.
dark-haired Caucasian dude who's pretty damn smooth. British
Mm-hmm.
dude, smooth, but he's extremely tactical. He knows his shit as far as, getting the job done, from a military standpoint. So, he fits the bill of James Bond, Um,
Yeah.
so it's the same goal with the Joes. But I did, and I started this a long time ago, and I finally put it all together of the first Duke in my universe. He got
Mm-hmm.
killed on a mission with Snow Job. The mission kind of went wrong, and he went up against an Iron Grenadier, like the early Iron Grenadiers, which were like cybernetically enhanced. They might even have been androids. I haven't just like settled on
Mm-hmm.
one specific thing, but you actually get to see what that battle was, and what they do and how it played out. And then
Yeah.
that particular Snow Job survived it, and he's given advice to the new Duke, which you guys have seen in videos that I've done, because it's the Pursuit of Cobra or the Resolute Duke.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I have things. I think this would be good because then maybe that would be the place that I post these things. specifically.
Yeah, man. Cause I want to see that shit. I really do. And like, you could create your own little movie verse over something like that as well. You know, just like somebody might even come to you with a concept idea and just say, "Hey, I'd like to pitch a TV show or something." It's things. I swear to God, man, things like that. As long as you're passionate about it and you put it in such an articulated way, which I know you can do, it's amazing how many eyes will come to it. You know,
yeah.
I've seen it from folks on Instagram, from YouTube. You see it happen.
Yeah,
like you're looking at people like. Okay, this is not necessarily a straight comparison, but people like Shartmus or Frush.
Yeah.
Right now, they're creating a fan base, and that fan base is allowing them to do all kinds of things.
It's true,
and it's giving them opportunities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not doing anything that's like mind blowing.
That's true,
right? But they're just doing something that's very simple and basic, and they're doing it with a good heart, and they're showing the love and the passion that they have for certain things, and it's carrying them to the place they need to go. You know, and I honest to God, I think if you did that as well, it would give us something we haven't seen, and it would be something really great. I really believe that you can do that, you know, because when I'm watching your videos, I honest to God, I lose myself a little bit. Sometimes I'm having a workout, right, and I'm listening to you, and I'm enjoying everything, every little aspect, because you can see where your thought processes are going, and how you're creating these worlds. And there's none of that about these days, man. You're like Shartmus isn't doing that, right? He's just taking a thing he loves and he's reviewing it and he moves on to the next thing and the next thing. But he's not creating a world around this thing. You're doing that. You're creating a world around the things that you love. And that gives it depth and interest, right? And I think if that's paleted in a certain way, people will look at it and go, "Whoa, this is fucking freaky good shit." You know?
That's true.
And it just comes down to putting it in the right place.
True. Well, I guess that's what I'll lean on folks like you and other folks that want to be involved to direct me into the right place. Because like I've always been an artist first. My I can do the business stuff when it comes to my freelance and taking those kinds of jobs. But as far as like marketing and all that shit, I can make marketing and materials. I suck ass at like the actual, having the time, number one, because it's a full time. It's like another full time job.
That's the biggest thing, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm open to ideas of places to put this stuff so that folks can see it and it can get traction, because that's. I
take that. Start small. Just start small, right? Create exactly what I mean, don't copy them exactly, but what ACBA are doing. Do something like that, but give it your own twist. And I swear to God, man, after a while, it will just gain and gain and gain and gain. And then eventually it gets to a place where you can do something with it. I really believe that you can do that, because like I've seen how you pose your figures. I've seen the intellect and the what am I trying to say? The enthusiasm.
Gotcha.
The way you articulate what you're doing, I think is very unique. So, like, if you do that and you show us how you're posing these figures, like, and why you're doing it the way you're doing it, and giving us the backstory of the characters and stuff like this, that will be good. I think that will be very good. And it's something that I know I would be attracted to. And anybody who is like, who likes to think about the things that they're playing with, who likes to think about the characters, who likes to articulate it in a way which is. It evokes more thought and more interest. That's what you can do. And I honestly, I feel that would work in so many ways. And it would give something as well, like your knowledge on action figures and characters from the Marvel universe, the DC universe, the Joe universe. You have a depth of information there which would translate well with a lot of younger people, I feel. So if you can attract them with your posing and bring them in and add the stories and the information that you need to, I think that could be something really good. And why not? Why not? Dream big,
That's true.
Start small, dream big. I think that can work.
That makes sense, man. You've sold me on an idea on using using stuff I'm doing right now in a different way. No, and I appreciate that, man, for real. Because like I said, I'm kind of just focused on doing this, as a hobby and just putting it out there and letting people kind of consume how they consume. And if they dig it, they dig it. If they like it and they want more, let me know, and then I just keep going. But I have been at times, and you can tell by the release schedule. At times, I just don't. The motivation has been up and down because of all the weird things. I've pointed out the way that support for things that I'm doing goes, and then I've pointed out the way that YouTube itself, it just doesn't treat its fans. I mean, its creators in a way that makes you want to stay. People stay out of necessity. They don't stay
I
because
totally get that.
they don't stay because it's the best experience all the way.
Yeah, it's difficult as well to keep yourself motivated when there's such saturation around all these things that we're doing.
Yeah,
it's like it's hard to sort of keep motivated when you see all the fuckery going on, especially with copper and all the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the hardest part, man. Is keeping your motivation levels high. Like, I often wonder, like, how do you keep yourself motivated for these things a lot of the time? Do you find you have to, I don't know, take a break from time to time and just?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, like, there's a lot of things, like I've had people hit me up on Facebook, and I mean, I'm pretty open book. I mean, I play with toys. Like, I'm not like Nobel Prize winner type shit where I'm doing something that's going to save the world, So, like, if people come up and they want to talk about stuff, I'm really open, let's talk. But I find it's a lot of people who pop up to try to copy things that you do. How did you do this? Oh, I did it like this. Oh, okay. Then you see them pop up a video either on their Facebook or on YouTube where they verbatim are trying to copy a thing that I've done. And I'm like, Really? That's it? You didn't want to actually, like, and I know there are people who have agendas and stuff, but that kind of stuff, it always amazes me because we're just playing with toys. Like, seriously? Like, let's just talk about.
Don't take it too seriously.
Yeah, I'm like, really? And like, there's like competitiveness on YouTube where there's people that it's like a constant, one up type thing. Anytime you, like, I like to introduce people to new things. But I'm noticing now that the folks that were like a lot of folks were against where I stood when it came to G.I. Joe, because I was like, maybe G.I. Joe's better days have passed, And I explained that if I was to be given the reins to create my own, like, G.I. Joe type universe, my thing, like with Fenris Company and stuff, it would be a near future focused thing where I could do mechas and I could do spaceships and things like that. And then Joy Toy popped up, and I'm like, yeah, look, this is what I'm getting all into. And I'm noticing that, like, a lot of
almost
people,
like created it with your imagination in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could do that with money, so I would have the time to actually, you know what I mean, like, do all these things. But yeah, it's crazy, So, like, it's and I know the way that I do it would be what separates my work from others, but just seeing how people want so hard to emulate what you do in order to boost themselves, sometimes it's just like, wow, this is lame, because we're literally playing with toys, but you're applying that, like, cutthroat Hollywood logic to it, and it takes away from the fun of it. That's what separates this from everything else, is that it's based on fun. Like, I formed friendships with people based on the fact that we just like action figures. Like, just like when we were kids, and we actually could talk about it. We could go to toy shows and hang out and stuff like that. And then you see it with some other folks turn into a thing where it's like, oh, I got more subs, or I got more of the thing that you like than you do at this point. And it's like, those things kind of just bores me, because I'm not trying to compete with anyone. This isn't about competition. This is my happy place, so that when I'm done doing, my day-to-day stuff, I can relax and I can come into my man cave and goof off with my action figures and stuff. So Yeah, often I need to recharge. Like I
Yeah.
just
That's where it comes down to really phasing out all the unnecessary bullshit, isn't it? You know, like
hmm
I wrote something on Facebook the other day. It was basically about like, um, you know, why do we take ourselves so seriously, and by doing so we take others seriously as well, you know, when really you can just let go of that shit and focus on what is real for you, why you're doing this in the first place. Like we said the other day, it's for fun.
Yeah.
Right? You're doing it because you enjoy it, and that's the thing to focus on. I always say, like, fuck what people think. I don't care what people think, right?
Yeah.
It's not something that I give too much thought to, because people are going to think whatever they want to think, and that's all they can do, right?
Exactly.
What I need to focus on myself is what I love.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that attracts people, man. Because when you see somebody who's doing something they love, you're like, whoa, look at that guy go, right? It's just that feeling.
Yeah, you get a different vibe.
You get a different vibe. But, like, you have to, I feel, let go of what people are doing. Like, people are always going to fuck you over in some way, or try to fuck you over in some way.
Yeah.
They're always going to try and pull something away from you to make you feel like shit. It's just, I don't know, man. Human beings can be fickly little fuckers, you know? You really have to sort of, like, move away from that and just try and phase it out and just focus on you, because really it comes down to your own self-worth at the end of the day. It's like what you value in yourself, and can you somehow translate that into something that is enjoyable for others. And if you can do that, then fucking it doesn't matter what they say, as long as you're doing that and you can see the benefits and the joy of it.
Exactly.
And it's invigorating you at every level.
Yeah.
You know, it makes you want to continue. It inspires you. And then people come on and they speak to you and they say, fuck, man, I really appreciate what you do, and I love what you do. And that's an uplifting thing, you know?
It's true. It's true. Like at conventions, I do a lot of the small press conventions, and I've done a couple, like Mid-Ohio Comic Con and Chicago Comic Con a couple times, and my book is super small, but people have seen other things that I've illustrated, and because that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years is illustrating other people's shit. My comic has been like the kind of in the background thing, where when I have time, I put out an issue of the book, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's mostly been just, you know, me doing, as a freelance artist, doing illustrating other people's work and or stories. And there's a level of appreciation that you get when you meet those folks in person. And and I've met some, you know, some folks from YouTube and stuff in person, and the two things didn't feel similar until I met a couple of those folks in person, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is how it translates. You know what I mean? Like it's the same thing, but it's slightly different, but the appreciation is there because you don't know where people are in their life or whatever when they come across your stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know what effect it has, you know? So I literally am, you know, my goal is just to put this out there, and then if you dig it, we'll chat. And then we chat, you know, but some folks, this is like routine, you know, it's so, and it's still weird to me hearing it when people tell me, yeah, like I was, you know, I'm working on this thing and I'm listening to what you have to say about this thing, or I'm driving. Like I had one of my ninjas is a truck driver, and he talks about listening to the show while he's driving around doing his job, and I'm just like, really? Like I don't even think, like it doesn't. I guess how things are consumed and how people receive it, I'm not even thinking about it. And then when they tell me, it's like, of course people have jobs, so they would be doing different things when they listen. But you know what I mean? Like that's not what I was thinking of when I'm doing it. I'm just putting it out there. So
that's what I'm saying, though. I think people like, they're always going to gravitate to what they enjoy, right? So when I first, I think the first couple of videos I really noticed from you, it was about Superman. It was the figure art Superman, I think.
Oh yeah.
The Injustice one, and the Batman figure as well.
Yeah.
Now I'd already watched a couple of reviews on these guys, and they didn't give them very high praise, and I was like, really, they look pretty good, like, you know. Yeah. But then eventually I stumbled onto your channel and I listened to what you had to say, and not only did you give a great critique of these figures, but you also give a lot of information about them as well, like the characters, why they did them this way and that way and all that kind of thing, you know? And I suddenly, I was like, yeah, man, I'm into this because it spoke to that thing that I was passionate about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, that's what I want to see more of. And I find it's lacking a lot on places like YouTube and Instagram. I mean, we can see a lot of the images and the the flashy images of the things that they love, but you don't really get a depth and insight into what it is that made this character the way it is today.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of one of those things that's indicative of Instagram on a whole. It's fluff with no substance, you know. There's all these different.
Have to be. This is the thing. I've been on Instagram now. I don't know, probably a couple of years, but to me it doesn't have to be fluff all the time. Yeah, it is basically what people do. They go and they look at the images and they scroll through, but you do every now and again encounter somebody who just does really put a lot of information in with their pictures.
Yeah.
That's the stuff I usually gravitate towards because it's just information that gives you a different perspective.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and if that perspective is cool, then all the better, right?
Exactly. To get working on that because it sounds like it's something that will it'll help kind of, I guess, scratch an itch that.
Yeah, man, it would be awesome. It would be awesome. I'd love to see that kind of stuff. I really would.
Yeah, me too.
I just want to see like the world you've created for your Joes as well. I know you're very passionate about them, and so one thing I really wanted to ask you, actually, one of the questions that I wrote down this time, being all grown up, I wanted to ask you what movie universe would most suit your idea of the future Joe universe that you imagine?
Huh. Like the modern Joe-verse, huh?
Yeah, like, is there a movie universe out there that suits the or closest to the universe that you imagine for your Joes? Like, I remember you mentioning one time that you imagined a future verse in a sense.
Yeah. Like the Fenris Company, I put them in the Joe-verse when I created them because I was working with G.I. Joes and I was imagining them as part of G.I. Joe. But then over the years, it evolved into what I would do to create my own thing in place of G.I. Joe. So the aesthetics would be way different. It'd be like, it'd be in near future, kind of like District 9. You know how you had the multinational, I think that's what they were called, right? Multinational corporation or something like that.
Yeah. It's been a while, but yeah, I think so. Something along that lines.
They had like white Humvees, and the armor they used was white. They had rail guns and all this weird shit. It'd be like that.
Shit, man, that's a movie I need to revisit.
God, it's such a good movie. Such a good movie. Yeah. But the world would feel somewhat like that. Parts of the world would feel like that. Other parts would be a little bit more along the lines of like Fifth Element, where you have flying cars and crazier, larger, dread-like mega city type things. Where
Yeah, that's one of the ones I was actually thinking you might be imagining, something along the lines of Dread.
Oh yeah, I love Dread, and it's weird because I had been reading it for a long time, never really realizing that it was a UK specific character because it felt like it was like
it's one of ours.
Yeah, but the topics felt like things that are very much prevalent in the US. So I didn't really.
Yeah, I mean it's the whole world is based in the US, right?
Yeah, I think so. But like it now I realize it's a commentary on some shit, on most of that shit that's been going. Things that are not going right in the US, things that could happen, the way things appear to the trajectory that things appear to be on. And I'm like, man, it was so far ahead of its time. It's ridiculous.
Definitely. That's another one I've got to thank my uncle for, actually. He got me into that.
Man, two random ass kids at school got me into Dread when I was in like 4th grade. I saw them at lunchtime. There's these 2 kids used to hide out near one of the emergency exits in the school, like the stairwell, and they would read comics down there. And a couple times I passed by them because the ball went in that direction, and because I loved comics, I was more I threw the ball back and tried to ask them what they were doing, but because I'm a little kid and they were bigger, they were like, "Nah, go away. You can't read this stuff." But I kept bugging them, year after year. I kept bugging them. Finally, I guess they thought I was old enough. It was during summer school, and they saw I knew how to draw, and then they showed me all kinds of stuff. Axel Press Button. I will never forget reading books with his weird ass in there with the big red button that if you press it, it makes him get high and just like essentially orgasm and shit. And it's just like, what the fuck? It was so weird, but
bizarre.
They were just so out there. But the world, that's the part that I liked, is the world. It was like, you had aliens, you had cyborgs, you had fully zombies and fully like autonomous AI that just does its thing as it's like a living thing. They just consider them, it's a being, and I dug that.
They did a RoboCop sort of themed comic one time with the Dread ones. Did you read that?
No, never.
Mechanism or Mechanismo or something like that. It was called.
Huh.
I have the copy in my games room.
Huh.
But yeah, it was absolutely fascinating. It was basically what they were trying to do is replace the judges.
Uh-huh.
And so it's basically the RoboCop story. They're trying to replace him with this Mechanismo, right? So it did all the things that Dredd did. It kind of had almost had his personality, but it obviously inevitably it had a few screws loose,
of course,
and started to go and kill civilians, and just doing it in a really extreme way. So Dredd had to take it down. Mm-hmm. Very good comic, man. Very good comic. The art on excellent as well.
Check it out. Yeah, I love the art because the art was so different from what we read in American books. It was gritty, and it was gritty in the way, not like you hear that as a buzzword and it doesn't always fit. But it was gritty in the sense that like there is a technical polish that a lot of American comics has that makes each comic look very similar to the last. The way feet and hands are drawn, the positioning. I mean, and as you look back in time, you see it all stems from like the Golden Age. Kirby being at the top and everybody else kind of falling under him. But everybody imitated those things and does some variation of that. Then you look at the what was it called? 3000 AD or 2000 AD?
2000 AD.
Yeah, their books, they completely went the opposite way. You didn't have the traditional comic poses. You didn't have you had all kinds of girls. And it's something I'm noticing with like the UK in general. Like when it comes to the standard of beauty, you still have the bimbo usual, whatever. But most of what's the fine, popular standard of beauty is a little bit less perfect, for lack of a better term. You know what I mean?
It's almost got like a darker beauty. So somehow, almost like an emo beauty.
Sometimes, but a lot of times it's like they look more like beauties that you would see in the real world. They don't look removed from the real world. Like you look at Hollywood beauty, the standard of beauty, and it's like, people don't look like that walking down the street. You see Instagram people try to capture that, and even to like another extreme, and it's like, but there's not many of you on the street. You would stand out like a sore thumb. So wherever they are, those girls stand out all the time, unless they're amongst other girls that look like that. Whereas what I've noticed is even in the books, like the girls they're not always completely perfectly chiseled perfect, Sometimes they have a little bit more like a thicker body type. Or sometimes they don't have perfectly flat bellies. You get a little bit of a belly with some meat in there. You know what I mean? Like you get these variations that you don't typically see. Not until maybe Image Comics came along did you start seeing these variations. Because I remember Sam Keith was one that used to draw different body types, and they weren't always the generic standard of beauty either. So seeing that book kind of made me think more about other stuff, like these are people I've actually seen. I've actually seen women that look like this, and guys too, burly ass dudes, but their muscles aren't all super defined because, that was American comics. Everyone with muscles had like He-Man level, detail on their pecs and their abs and stuff. And it was like, most people could be big like him, but they're not going to be, they don't have the time if they're saving the world on a daily basis to sculpt their freaking, their abs and quads and blah, 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 like the way He-Man was, So, Yeah, I dug that. I dug it a lot. It stood out. But I'm gonna look for that book. You said Mechanismo.
I tell you what, I can find it. Give me a second. I'll find it for you and send it to you.
Okay. But yeah, man, I like the futuristic stuff where there's you know what, the perfect example would be Firefly. So imagine the scale of Firefly, where you have the different worlds. You have Earth, but you have different worlds that all kind of work together, and then you have like these outer reaches that we're not familiar with. You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
I guess I may as well just tell you what the idea is. So for Fenris Company is part of a group called the Earth Guard League, or the Earth Guard, I think is what I called them. Initially, it was the Earth Guard League because the initials were Eagle, EGL, but I just changed it to Earth Guard just to keep it simple. And essentially, what happened was after we Earth gets to World War III, they fuck up everything except for they fuck up like 75% of the planet. So that portion of the world is like in the aftermath.
Bit of foreshadowing.
Yeah, I know, right? Because it feels like every day it feels like we're getting closer and closer.
It does, like we're getting closer,
So they screw that up. The countries that survive, it's going to be some portion of China, some portion of maybe a chunk of Africa, and a small portion of the U.S. They unite and they form their own little conglomerate, and then they're good because these are going to be the folks that are like, they realize how fucked up this was. They weren't necessarily all in complete support of this war in the first place, so they decide to work together to rebuild kind of from the ashes of this war. During the war, though, extraterrestrial beings took refuge on our planet running from something, and we don't know what it is, and that'll be a secret for way later in the story. They eventually, during the aftermath of the war, they reveal themselves, and they reveal that there are others that live here too, and they've been here for a while. They've been hiding, but the reason why they're popping up is because they want to help us rebuild and be prepared so that we don't have these problems again. So they kind of share their technology with whatever the powers that be are. They rebuild, and we have these like dome cities and whatnot, and we're kind of like in a technologically what's the word I want to say? Not a renaissance, but just like a high point. In this smaller than the world, the previous world area. That's kind of a conglomeration of the leftovers from this war. We're doing better than we ever have been, and we're in the process of figuring out ways to fix the rest of the planet. Anyway, in the quote unquote outer reaches, there's all kinds of weird shit going on, from the radiation, from all the weird different weapons and stuff like that, and also because, like I said earlier, other beings have come to our planet and they've been there for a while. So some of them survived all that radiation, and some of them were changed, and they live out there. So a lot of like lowlives and mercs and things like that, they live out there because there's no law. They can do whatever the fuck they want. So what starts happening is attempts are made when on the lives of those beings, the extraterrestrial beings that helped us rebuild, because they kind of become part of the infrastructure of this new world, essentially. And they kind of like, I guess they serve as ambassadors, so to speak. And attempts are made on their lives, and people don't understand why, So they they start creating these teams to kind of police certain spots, because there's like a city, a giant city dome, and there's a giant sand dome, like a desert dome for those folks. It represents the parts of the world that are more like that. There's an oceanic dome, so there's got to be civilizations above the water and under the water. So you have different groups that police these different domes, And Fenris Company is the experimental team of they kind of can work in all the environments because they have members that somewhat come from or are familiar with each.
Mhm.
But each dome has like kind of dedicated folks that come from the Earth Guard as a whole. So the Earth Guard has their main base that orbits our planet, and then they have their teams set up in different areas. And there's like a sky team that they're called Helios Company. And Helios Company operates off of there was this toy line called Megaforce back in the day. There were these little, it was like a Matchbox car type thing or Micro Machines type thing, except it was all military themed. And they had these crazy looking bases. There was one called the Stratofortress. It's like a giant, it looked like an F-16 if you stretched it out and it was on steroids. Like it's this giant F-16 that could launch smaller, regular sized, fighters off of it. So they operate. Helios Company operates off of a base like that. So they're constantly in flying around the planet, just making sure they're patrolling for threats. Chimera Company, they deal with like the jungles and the sand. So like they're in the desert dome and in the jungle dome, and they operate out of this giant MCC looking thing, this big cube, kind of like in I don't know if you ever played Lost Planet 2. Have you ever played that game?
No, I don't think so.
It's an amazing game. Amazing game. If you can, we still play it. So it's on the PS3. So if you still have your PS3 and you have time,
I do.
Yeah, get it and jump. It's cheap too because it didn't. I don't think it did what they were expecting. But
let me just quickly Google that. So I want to try that out.
Google it, yeah. Because me, Agent O, and Clarion Prime, we play it all the time, like just still because it's fun and it's one of the few.
Is there a first one?
Yeah, there was a first one. The first one came out, I think, on the Xbox, and it was a one-player game, and it was the one where you're in like a cold climate, and you have there was a weird mecha that they had because they did toys. They did 2 companies, I think, made toys of some of the stuff in there. They just were really expensive, so I never messed with that line at all. But
that looks sick, man.
Yeah, it's the second one is on a different level, and people didn't give it the props it deserved. It was so much fun. Yeah. The guns are cool. The enemies are nuts, and there's a stage where you're fighting this giant sandworm. You're on a rail gun, like a railway gun, that's leaving the town that the that the worm just ate, and you're
is that a big thing with the horns I'm seeing here? Is it?
Oh yeah, all the bosses are ginormous. Ginormous. You can jump on them for the most part. I don't think you can jump on the worm, but like most of the other ones, you can jump. You have like a grappling hook. You can pull yourself on and jump on them, and then the weapons too. Some of the guys, your characters can pull the weapons off of like mecha and things, like the cannons and things that the mecha use, and they can run around with those guns and use them on the big monsters and stuff. So I don't know, it's dope, and some of that is you'll see in Fenris Company as well, because some of it is like that's the kind of badassery that I want to see my guys doing. But the world, I had to first build up a world where it made sense. So the idea is kind of like the overall, you have when those beings revealed themselves and helped us rebuild and everything, they also opened us up so that we could go visit other dimensions and other worlds and stuff. But by doing that, you also opened us up for more things to come to us. So the grand scheme of the Earth Guard was to protect the people and all the beings that are now making up the rebuilding Earth from threats that might come from within and farther away, other galaxies and everything like that. So
that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome, man. I'd love to see that shit.
Well, could you imagine as a toy line though? That was the thing. Like, imagine the figures are all modular, because I think that's the best way to go, because that way you can make your own types of characters, and if you want to add, like, say each team has their core team, but you like a certain alien or a certain whatever, you can make that character part of your team because they're modular. You can tweak their arms if they're aliens that have goofy looking weird hands, and you have that figure and you want to make him wear the Fenris greens, take the Fenris human arms off and put the alien goofy crazy arms on. You know what I mean? Like you could
Yeah.
make your characters the way you want them to be, because I think that's the future of, like, especially the 4-inch figures. You can only do soldiers so many times, and if you're not gonna like give us the variety from like World War I all the way to like whatever the future imagination type stuff we come up with is going to be, or medieval times all the way up to then, at least within the realm that you choose to focus on, give people complete control over, you know, the style of their characters that they get to make. Same thing with their weapons, you know, let the weapons be somewhat modular, you know, so that you could make...
Yeah, you mix and match.
Yeah. But the idea, the big picture idea was this. Each team has a giant base, and then the base has the smaller vehicles connect to those bases. So you could store the smaller vehicles inside those big bases. If you are the fortunate person or the crazy person who collects all of them, you could combine all the bases. Not like the Battle Force 2000 terrible Battle Fortress, I think it was called, or something. That thing was terrible. It didn't even hold together properly. It was just kind of a gimmick for the sake of a gimmick. I'm talking about these things will come together and form like an SDF-1 type deal from Robotech, like a giant, like 2-foot tall robot of some sort, you know, that might have 2 modes or something, like a fortress mode and then a robot mode. And that's the ultimate thing that you would probably see one time. If I was to make this a series, you'd see it probably in the finale of the whole thing, because, you know, this is the end goal. You know what I mean? Is that
That's the last
collector, this is the last line of defense for everything. And the idea would be that the focus of the series, though, so as a toy line, you have all the different teams. You would have have Chimera Company, they're the jungle and the desert. You have Helios Company, they're in the sky. You have Leviathan Company is in the water, and then you have Fenris Company, that's the experimental kind of multi-type team. And the story would be from there, the focus would be on them. So you would meet all the other teams kind of through Fenris Company's dealings with everybody else as they're trying to stop certain things. And there would be 3 arcs. The first arc would be them dealing with these rogue clone soldiers. I called them Jester Company, because the idea is that they realized that they gained sentience. They were programmed to, essentially carry out whatever missions, whatever missions were needed at the time. And while they're out there and about doing their thing, something's going to happen. I don't know if they get struck by lightning or they get hit by a certain type of weapon, and it just scrambles everything. And then they realize that they are essentially puppets of someone else, and they're like, fuck that, I don't want to be a puppet anymore, I'm going to do what I want to do. But their lifespan is shorter than a regular person, so they start to deteriorate. So mentally, they're not sound. So when they do gain sentience, they're doing whatever they want to do. They're running with pirates, they're running with mercs, they're doing whatever, they're destroying, previous safe houses that they used with your old masters, and they're kind of becoming more of a threat than helping. And they think they're doing, good stuff, but in reality, they're making things worse. So Fenris Company has to go stop them. And
that sounds cool, man.
I have these guys. That was one of the things that made me get into Joy Toys. When I was looking at the figures, I was like, look at how many of these guys, it's the same face. The bodies are somewhat different in some ways, but most of the time it's the same face and the same body with slightly different decos. So I was like, I could actually make that work in this story, because initially I was just going to get 5 different colored bodies from Marauders and get the gear to go with it, the same gear, just different colors, and have them be the members of Jester Company. Then I saw a couple of the Joy Toy figures, the sets, and I was like, maybe I could just do it with one of these sets and just keep the helmets on until the reveal at the end that they all have the same face, because they're all clones of the same guy. You know what I mean?
Fucking sweet.
Yeah, I think it would be awesome, man. So I wrote it out how it's going to play out. It's kind of tragic, but that's your first thing. The first threat is a soldier threat, like a specifically designed threat that predates Fenris Company, but at the same time ends up becoming a threat that Fenris Company has to deal with. So you get to kind of see how they operate as just baseline soldiers with some of their more GI Joe-ish, vehicles and stuff. Then the next threat would be the solution. You find out that some group is doing experiments with a piece of alien tech that they found years ago, and the tech, they get it activated, and it sends off a signal into space. The solution is like, oh, a piece of us is on this planet. We need to go and make ourselves whole. We have to go get that piece, because the whole gimmick with them is, and I put this in that review. So for folks that want more, go find the Interlink 6 review when I was talking about McFarlane figures and stuff. And I did a whole title crawl like in the beginning of Star Wars, but it's got more of an Aliens kind of vibe to it. Essentially, there was a being who his people got enslaved, and he was kind of forced to fight. But he's not a fighter; he's a thinker. So what he started doing was a lot of the other races used technology in their weaponry. Some of them were techno-organic beings. He would kill them and then add parts to himself. So he ends up rebuilding himself to be powerful enough so he could overtake his masters. And then his thought process starts to change, and it's like, the only way that I can make order from all this chaos is to make everything slave to my thought process, because without order, we only have this chaos. And he feels like he's in a position to bring order to the universe. So essentially, he just flies through, him and his techno-organic race that he created, fly through and just assimilate things like the Borg, and make everything slave to their routines. They upgrade them. It's kind of, Virus is what gave me the idea for this. You remember that movie with Jamie Lee Curtis back in the day? With those
it's been a while, but yeah, I've definitely seen that.
Crazy looking monstrosities. There was the thing at the end, it was called Hercules, I think it was. It was like a big spider, I don't know. It was made of like flesh and parts from the inside of the boat that they were on, and the thing was nuts. They had figures. I could never get a hold of the monsters themselves, like the villains. I always wanted them because they were just so, like, I'm kind of glad I don't have them because it would creep my child out. But I don't want to give him nightmares with some of this stuff. But they would be perfect for the solution. But that's what gave me the idea for this. It's like, the guy had noble intentions, but he kind of got carried away once he freed himself. He got carried away and started believing his own hype, and then turned into a threat. So anyway, they come to Earth. They send a kill squad to Earth to kind of go get that piece and kill off whatever's in the way. And then, of course, they come across Fenris Company, and we're like, yeah, nah. So there's a big, a bunch of battles, and the final battle would be, them, the Interlink 6 combined versus Gunman and Gunsmith, or Weaponsmith, I'm sorry, on foot, like Contra. So I was like, yeah, I have to come up with choreography for how this would work. Like, what kind of a set piece would it be to have this giant robot fighting this, these two little dudes? It has to be like Contra, you know what I mean? So I came up with that. And then later on, I came up with the idea of Perseus. Perseus is what I call that BT from Titanfall that I just got. And I was I want to have, like, Weaponsmith has been working on this thing for a long time because I'm a geek when it comes to mecha. This has been my thing since I was, like, tiny. And it was funny, too, because my son was watching me play the game. I'm playing the game on hard. And he was like, when it clicked in my head how things worked, it was just destruction. Like, I'm running through these guys because I felt it makes you feel like you're really piloting a mech, And he just starts laughing while I'm playing the game. And I'm like, why are you laughing? He's like, because, like, everyone keeps trying to kill you and you keep destroying them all. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, when I was a little kid, I wanted to pilot the Black Lion and literally be able to, like, that's the dream, my imagination. And I'm like, I know if I could pilot the Black Lion, I could decimate these things, because mechs have cool abilities, and there's a certain logic to how they work. But Voltron always worked on like superhero logic and not so much the super mecha logic. Like he would take damage because he could, instead of avoiding the damage because it's people driving a mech. It's somewhat sentient mech, but still, you're still driving a vehicle, so to speak. So there's a way that you could maneuver around the enemy and everything. But anyway, yeah, I got so geeked, I wanted to put that into the Fenris company. So yeah, you'll see Weaponsmith making iterations of this AI partner called Perseus. At first, you'll hear the AI partner, then you'll see an actual smaller robot, then you'll see the mecha that has Perseus integrated into it, and then I'm going to have an even better version of Perseus towards the end. But yeah, they take on that giant Interlink 6 thing, and it's going to be just nuts, And then the final thing is they fight this group called Deadlock. And Deadlock is made of this. They're made up of these. I guess how do I put this? The Earth Guard had an occult team that fought off occult threats, and the main villain or the leader of that team went rogue, and there was a character who Fenris Company is named after. That was her handle, and was Fenris. Or I'm sorry, it was Wolf Mother, and her squad was like the prototype Fenris Company, and she got killed by this guy's the leader of that the occult squad, Deadlock squad. His name is Abaddon. You've actually seen the figure. I made the figure a long time ago. He's kind of got like olive green gear on, and like tan pants, green top, and a red balaclava, and a
oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, he's like big into the occult. He found weapons that make him do things that make him capable of things that people just aren't capable of doing. Like his main weapon is the Spear of Longinus, the one that pierced Christ. And they said if you were to find this thing, you would be invincible because it literally it has the blood of Christ on it. So I was leaning into, because supposedly the Nazis had this thing they had a piece of it for a while in real life. Like this is a thing. And I'm just like, if this shit really existed, it always like amazed me that these things, there's some ties to something, and these artifacts exist, and people know that there's these capabilities and blah 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 whatever. So I was like, I'm gonna put this in there somewhere. And so he found that's his thing, and he killed their kind of like the prototype of the leader of the prototype Fenris Company years and years ago, and. There's drama with that because you'll see who's connected to that story and everything else. But anyway, his goal ultimately became prepping the world to be cleansed so it could be reborn, and then, we can start over, because he's like, people are just fucking it all up. But as this usually is the case, he's not thinking about, like, when this happens, what's going to happen to him? What's going to happen to all his people? Are they going to allow him to... Are they going to allow him to? Sorry about that. Are they going to?
Sorry, man. You dropped off for a second there.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. No,
I'll probably start that a little bit because I didn't hear what you were going into there.
Yeah. No, I was going to say.
Sorry.
Yeah, he wants to cleanse everything, and as often is the case with these kinds of lunatics, he's not thinking about what will happen when that cleansing takes place. Like, wouldn't he get cleansed as well? You know what I mean? Like, do they usually?
Yeah.
Does the
I was thinking of Halo vibes there a minute ago when you were saying the cleanse. Sort of like
the covenant and the flood. Yeah. It's weird because it's like the goal is for them to unleash kind of like a hellish type character to do the cleansing, So this is where one of my other favorite games of all time was Doom. I grew up on Doom when I was a kid. That was like the first like hardcore thing that I played where I was like, damn, like there's so much blood. This is like, I felt grown playing it,
I had the same feelings. One for me was Duke Nukem as well. That was another one I really...
Oh yeah, that we used to play. We used to play Rise of the Triad. Like there were all these games from id and Sierra that they just had this mature kind of vibe to them, you know. And
Yeah.
so like, I used to play with my best friend, and we used to imagine just being like legit making your own character and being in that world, you know. But I always wanted to somehow do like, what if I could put my own characters in that scenario where you have some kind of hellish invasion and you have us standing right between them and the rest of everything. And so the idea is, in this one, we're going to fight demons and stuff, and eventually you're going to see the whole entire Fenner's Company. You know what I mean? Not Fenner's Company, Earthguard. You'll see them fighting off invasion all over the place, but we'll be at the heart of it. And eventually the showdown, the big showdown, will happen in a portal, like at one of the gates, you know, of hell of some sort. So it'll be like, you know, kind of pushing this forward. But what I was thinking was, as a toy line, you know, what if the figures that go to this particular wave, because it's modular, you could do possessed versions of the characters you already have. You could make, because they're modular, you could pull a modulock like from He-Man, where you just put the parts in weird places to make them look like they've been corrupted or whatever, you know. You could put like the big, like say there's oversized characters, like a big, I don't know, cyber demon type deal. You could put a piece of that on like one of the existing robot, you know, mechas or something like that to show that it's been taken over or something. Like there's so many little things you could do to make this more interesting as a toy line. And because we're adult collectors, I don't have to pull punches with the designs. Like they can be grotesque, but it's not aimed at kids, so I don't have to hold back and make it, you know, soften the edge, you know? So, you know, I
fucking hell, that is a hell of a sales pitch, you know what I mean? Like, that's a movie I never thought I wanted to see, but I really want to see that shit, man.
Because it's what it is if you think of G.I. Joe, like big picture, the first arm of G.I. Joe would be, you've got to solidify where the code name came from, and that means you have to use Joe Colton as your main character. So you show Joe Colton doing his Solid Snake stuff, and that's your first story, and you get a glimpse of what Cobra could be. Then you do a Real American Hero, where you get a picture of like, what did the United States military come up with to stop Cobra when they started showing up as a threat? Well, they came up with G.I. Joe. Then you have like your final take of G.I. Joe would be like in the movie where they fought Cobra La. Cobra La was literally, it's soldiers versus soldiers. It's soldiers versus outlandish soldiers, and then it's soldiers versus monsters. Because you can only fight terrorists for so long. Terrorism's always going to be a thing, but like,
you need something to sort of expand the universe a little bit.
And so many people just ignore this. You know, I always hear this, like, you know, long-time fans, especially older fans of G.I. Joe, they hate Cobra La. And I'm like, you don't see how, as a toy line, Cobra La makes perfect sense. They just didn't lean into it the way they should have because the fans didn't seem to like it as much. Like, it should have been, they should have went all out with the monsters. We should have been getting giant bugs and all kinds of weird shit, like the stuff that showed up in the movie. And then we should have had the Joes pulling out the stops with their bigger, better vehicles to fight off these threats. Because, I mean, what kid wouldn't have wanted giant bugs or giant monsterish things to fight the Joes in the Rolling Thunder? Or like, you know, who wouldn't want to shove the fucking thunderclap up, you know, an evil Godzilla's ass and fire that thing? You know what I mean? Like that's what you wanted. Why else would they have these massive weapons of mass destruction in a world where they're not nuking people? Like, you know, like,
do you think that there's like a section of Joe fans which just like the sort of military aspect? Perhaps they're military themselves, or do you think it's that they don't want to expand it in, so it becomes more of a sci-fi thing?
Yeah, they want it to stay as grounded.
They wanted to stay sort of military neutral sort of thing.
Yeah, they want it to stay. Yeah, they want it to stay as realistic as possible. But I'm like, that's not G.I. Joe. There's no ninjas in the United States military. So like, you know, people use techniques that you know might have come from ninjutsu, but nobody's you know charging into battle with a sword on their back. Like, no. There's rules of engagement, and it kind of stops you from doing those kinds of things. It would be cool because you're all fighting, you're all trying to kill each other. So I mean, what's a sword? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just another weapon, but it's still, there's a certain way that all this stuff goes down, and it's based in the traditions of how wars have been fought. And I think that there's people who they love it in the kind of like the military porn aspect. You know, like, damn, that gun is amazing. Oh my God. Or, you know, oh my God, look how badass that truck looks. Oh my God. They don't really care about how it's going to be used. In their collection, it just looks badass and powerful, and that's what they respect.
Because they've got a thing for the military sort of thing. Mm-hmm.
So I think because we have a chunk of that as the fan base, it's always stopped G.I. Joe from going anywhere. Because every time they attempt to go, you know, when they went to space with the Star Brigade, you know, the same fans, the older ones, nope, we don't like that stuff. So they cut that off at the knees. They were like, nope, can't go anywhere. When they did Battle Force 2000, when they were trying to get futuristic.
It's kind of stuck in an era, isn't it? Like an era that's long time dead. And because they want to move on and expand that universe, it's just dying at the seams sort of thing.
Exactly. So
that's
what I've been, and that's what made me frustrated with the Joes, which made me start thinking about where would I go with this? If I was given freedom and like the resources, what would I do? Yeah, I'd have mechs, I'd have aliens, I'd have a futuristic world, you know, we'd go nuts because we're going towards the future anyway. Why not lean into that stuff, you know?
Yeah, and I'd love to know what the US military are actually working on in terms of robotics and AI. I'm sure it's got to be shit there. Like,
I'm scared of what they're working on next. Like every time,
it's scare worthy to be fair.
Yeah, like every time I see Boston Dynamics show like a demo of what they're working on, I'm just like, fuck, man, didn't you watch Terminator? Like, why? Why? You got backflipping robots that can carry guns and carry like up to a ton worth of gear. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it does sound terrifying. But the thing is, I remember listening to a TED talk one time. This guy was talking about the future of robotics and stuff like that. And he was almost like calming the fears that we sort of get from the movies like the Terminator and stuff like that. And he was saying, like, in reality, computer programming is nothing like what we see in the films, which I totally understand. And like, he felt in that interview that the machines of the future will basically take us away from the drudgery of everyday life. They will advance us, and perhaps we would even connect with them in a sort of cybernetic way at some way down the line. You know, but I mean, he gave basically a brighter future. I need to find out who that was because he was an interesting fellow.
Yeah, Elon Musk did a talk like that too. He gave both sides of the coin.
I know he's a big proponent of like look out for AI, like, you know, to be careful of it. And he has his own fears about it, doesn't he? Because
he pointed out that like there's already AIs that build other things. They're like they can improve themselves. Yeah. So he's like, you know, once he says it's only going to take a couple calculations for them to realize how to fix some of the biggest problems that we have. And he's like, if you're being fair and being logical about it, we're the biggest problem. We can't.
It's hard to argue.
We can't agree on things. We fight. We destroy things for the sake of destroying things,
polluting our air, our land, our sea. Yes,
it's like it's only a matter of time before if you create something that's supposed to solve the problem, it's going to be like how much of the population is actually needed to sustain this particular, you know, this race of beings. How much of them actually contribute? Keep the ones that contribute, get rid of the ones that don't, or at least a chunk of the ones that don't. Like it kind of makes sense. It's like a simple, not an algorithm, but a simple formula. You know, you get rid of trim the fat, keep all the meat that actually is worth having. You know, and it sounds bad, you know, when you put it in those words,
but it's necessary if you want to make it a better future for everybody.
Yeah, like you can't keep having the current government, the current state of our government. We can't keep that going into the future because
capitalism itself is sort of the enemy, isn't it? It's fucking up everything.
Because people take everything too far and they don't. They don't.
Did you ever hear of Jock Fresco?
I may have. No,
he did this thing called the Venus Project. Have you ever heard of that?
I don't know. I don't think I have.
He was basically talking about taking the monetary-based economy that we have and turning it into a resource-based economy.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. What was it called? The Zeitgeist movement.
Zeitgeist. Yes, I do remember that. I saw
Peter Joseph. That was it.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, I saw a documentary. It was like a series of documentaries a couple years back when they were talking about that. When they were breaking down like what the next unfortunately what the next war would be fought over. It's resources. It's over water and things like that. And he was pointing out
being fought now, essentially.
It's being fought right now, essentially behind our backs. We don't even realize it. And
well, the media's gone quiet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was
like
weird.
Back at NAM and all that? They would love to televise it to give us on ground footage, but now it's like nobody wants war anymore, and it's like, oh, we'll better hide it from everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, like, all this stuff, though, like, if you were to have a commentary without being too explicit, just take it in the more, obviously you can take it in the more sci-fi direction if you're building up and creating your story. You can make it work for, I mean, it's fucked up, but you can make it work for, a sci-fi story. And I feel like these are the kind of threats that if you're not going to make G.I. Joe evolve, then whatever we make to take their place needs to deal with these threats, these kinds of threats, or this needs to be woven into the world that they're going to inhabit. Because you can only tell Cold War stories not taking place during the Cold War so many times before people are going to kind of be like, why don't we just tell Cold War stories? Why not just make
it's like they're scared of just like using a bit more of imagination and creating something new.
Yeah. I think
it's why is there a fear for that? It just seems absurd to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of the fans are so used to what G.I. Joe has been that they want a perfected version of that, and they're not interested in evolving past it. You know what I mean? Because when you look at Pursuit of Cobra, they were on the right trajectory. They could have even fixed the film by following the line's trajectory, because they made them look like individuals, but they still look like they're part of the organization. You know what I mean? As Joes.
Yeah.
And you could have just made, now that Cobra is a thing, you could have had specific missions that build up your story, and that's it. Just like Kingsman, which I pointed out before. I really wish Matthew Vaughn would be like, I'll make the best G.I. Joe movie ever, and just make it. You just focus on 2 or 3 Joes, or maybe a team of 4 or 5 Joes, and come up with a threat, have the others in a support role, have, what's the dude's name? Clutch show up driving like an experimental vehicle of something, like a Humvee of some sort that's really fast, like the Rhino or something. Have Wild Bill show up piloting the helicopter. You know what I mean? Have certain guys that support support positions kind of show up to help the Joes. Have your different drivers drive specific big weapons when they call in for, like a strike of some sort, but then have like a couple face characters, put Duke and Flint on the same team together, have them be the rivals. You can have Snake Eyes and Scarlet doing their weird thing off in the background too if you want, and then have like another person in the middle, like Quick Kick or something, and then there you go. Or Roadblock. There you go. That'd be even better. Roadblock.
And make it R-rated.
Exactly. Make it like...
I think that's some of the problem with the movies in the past. They seem a bit goofy, And I think that really makes the franchise as a whole struggle, because, like, even kids today, they're too smart for that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The big problem is that it's a property that was aimed at children, and the children are now in their 40s. And they're still pretending that we're still children. It's like, no, we're all grown. Many of us have been in the military. Many of us have already seen shit. So, like, we're coming back to, like, a happy place where it's a little bit less real world. You need to lean into that stuff. But, because they haven't put their foot down and decided what era they want to focus on, like, firmly, this is G.I. Joe, they're all over the place. Every release is different from the last one because they can't pick an era and stick to it. They don't want to evolve. They don't want to, like, tell the story as a period piece. They don't want to say, like, all these weird Technicolor looking, fluorescent colored villains and heroes that they started giving us in the 90s. All that shit popped up back in, like, the 60s, after stuff that happened in the 50s, and I don't know. It's strange to me. It's so easy to fix it, and they just don't want to. And then
you might want to put copyright on an idea of yours, man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm working.
Somebody
on that.
listening to this might be like, "That's a fucking good idea." I'm gonna steal the shit out of that.
I know, right? Exactly. I do need to.
That's what I'm saying, man. You know, if you create that world that you've just explained to me now, and you sort of give that on a forum in some form, I'm sure people will be very interested, you know. And also to see if you're mixing it with the figures that you have and you're showing us combat maneuvers and all this other stuff that you're doing. Oh, man, I think it'd be awesome. I know I'd be interested.
Yeah, I think I will. I struggle with deciding whether or not to, share all these ideas and put these things out. And how to the one I had pictures of it in a couple years back when Mezco had pictures of their the 112 Batmobile from BVS that never released.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a shame they never released that.
I wouldn't have bought it because there's no way, and it's so.
I mean, it would have been pricey for sure.
Oh yeah. But I think that existing would have forced more people to buy the Mattel one, which is still an amazing. Have you seen that thing, the Mattel?
Oh, I have it. I got. Well, no, you've got the non-RC one. I've got the RC one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you know exactly what I'm saying. It's amazing, and that's Mattel.
It's beautiful.
That's freaking Mattel. It's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, you can use that thing just as a backdrop, and it looks stunning. It's very nice.
Yeah, you took pictures with it like that, and I was like, shit. Your thing it's bigger. The RC one is a little bigger than the.
Oh yeah, it looks more like a tank. But funnily enough, it has less room in the cockpit. your one has more room in the cockpit.
That's crazy.
Isn't that mad?
That is crazy. You would have thought it would have been the other way around.
Yeah.
But probably because there's so many different things. There's like a camera in there. Have you used all that? Have you controlled it with your phone?
Yeah. I had a good old play with it. It's really fun, actually.
Yeah, it seemed like it.
It's good. I mean, the camera has its own view as well, so you can see the target and stuff on it, and when you shoot, little bullets come up on the screen.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just pretty sweet. Wow. And you've also got smoke, which comes out the back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a decent little thing, man. I do really like it.
Yeah, they went all out. I was surprised, and it sucks that the movie was such garbage, but man, it is a good design. It deserves the attention. But I want to say it was the video, maybe it was the one after that, because it was when Aquaman came out. Mattel had this insane setup that it had like blue lights on this mountain. It looked like a coral reef mountain.
I saw that. Yeah, I remember that one.
On their, they were flying around on the sharks and all that shit. And I was just like,
yeah, it was awesome.
Nuts.
They released a lot of them figures too, didn't they?
Oh yeah. Some of them I didn't even know they released. I think some of them were online only, like the red Atlantean Troopers.
The ones riding the shark. I remember seeing a video you did of that one time.
Yeah, those ones. They released them, I guess, online. I didn't know because I never saw them in the store. I only saw Aquaman, Mera, Ocean Master, and Black Manta. And I think at one point I saw Volko, and I never saw anything else. So yeah, it was strange. Their distribution for a lot of their things has been strange. But the diorama though, I was like, that's something I would have loved to have in my house. Just in a spot where I just leave it there. I have lights that shine on it, so it looks like it's underwater. We don't even mess with it, it just looks so good, and
just go in and admire the museum piece that it is.
Exactly, but like a place like what I'm talking about could serve those kinds of functions. It could be a museum in some area, where you just have old stuff. I mean, you run the risk of being robbed, and people will try to rob you. But so maybe the museum thing would have to come down the line once the idea has made enough money. But
yeah, well, the thing is, the way action figure collecting is right now, and the sort of, I mean, it seems to be going from height to height. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see something like that down the line. Because people are always looking for new and innovative ways to sort of pose their action figures, to do things with their action figures.
Yeah.
And something like that, I could see something like that taking off.
That'd be awesome. I don't know. Maybe a Kickstarter. I don't know. We'd see.
Yeah.
I want to, maybe what you're saying with this Instagram page specifically focused on, just the building, world building with your figures and stuff. Maybe that could get enough traction to lead into people who would want to invest into something like that.
Exactly, yeah, man. This is what I say. I really do. I feel you start small, but you do what you love, and you put a lot of passion and effort into it. Well, just as much as you can, and yeah, it grows. Quite often when I'm watching your videos, I want to see more of the posing and stuff that you do, but I can never get enough of the information that you give. So if you put that in a forum, say, just use Instagram as an example, but underneath all these images of your posing, that you put information about what's happening that you're looking at, I just think that's a win,
I have to do that. I have to. I mean, I tried to do that with some of the stuff I posted. I'm usually posting at work, so because
I'd love to see it, man. I really would. I'd love to see that. I've always wanted to see, because I know you share a lot of your art and stuff on Instagram, which is very nice. I want to see more of your figure art as well. I think it would be pretty cool.
I'm gonna do it. What do you think about one thing I'm gonna be doing this year is prints of images that I've done. Of course, they'd be a little bit more edited than just like against the white background, but I've noticed that that's not a thing that's as common. I've seen a couple people do it. There's a few people that I follow on Instagram that I've seen do it. One guy always has his figures playing basketball, and apparently people buy those images, like huge, prints of them on canvas and shit. So I'm like, maybe I need to do that with some of these figures and see if, people dig it, because I would love to do it. I just want to make sure that someone is paying attention and actually enjoys them, because I don't like doing it. It's the worst feeling when you make art and then people are just like, meh.
Yeah. Well, I think I totally agree. But like the hardest part really is just getting through that initial stage, get the ball rolling, and then just try and keep yourself going with it. Yeah. And I think if you're passionate and you can, people are going to notice that you love these things, and that's what people pay attention to, man. I mean, I've been on Instagram for like 2 years, and I've got like 500 followers already, right? And I wouldn't say I've done anything amazing, but like,
no, you do great stuff, man.
What I'm doing is just stuff that I enjoy, and I see people coming on and saying like that they've enjoyed my evolution from when I first started to what I'm doing now, and it's nice,
Yeah.
But like, I think I can see that's what translates with a lot of people. They like to see you enjoying what you're doing, because when they have that thing that you're enjoying, it gives them enjoyment,
Yeah.
It's translating. That's the thing that's connecting. So I think if you show that yourself on Instagram, like the stuff that you love to pose, and you add the density, the depth through the information as well, people will I think they'll be attracted to that.
Well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to add a little bit more to those things, man.
Sweet, man. I look forward to seeing it. One thing I wanted to speak to you about, I wanted to ask you, because I know you mentioned it, and you mentioned it once on Facebook that you suffer with anxiety.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to cut this out, I totally understand.
Oh, no, I don't mind. I don't mind. It's all right.
I was curious to know if you understand why, or if you
like what is it? What is it?
Yeah, what is it that triggers the anxiety for you?
So it's two things, and like a lot of a lot of artists, I guess, share it. There's like I make art that I want to see, and then I get so hyped about it, and I'm like really excited to put it out there. Then I put it out there, and sometimes you get a whimper, and I'm like, "Fuck! I just did all this work, and nobody's saying anything." And I recognize why it is, because I don't usually do fan art of whatever's popular at the time. That's not my my thing. I'm not trying to. It's already popular. I don't need to pop up and make it more popular. I'm trying to show you other stuff, you know. But it seems like most people are interested in stuff they already know. So that means I have an uphill battle. I have to make what I like popular so that people will eventually, you know, like it. But there is a it gets to a point, and this happens. It used to happen more often. It doesn't happen as much these days, where you start to doubt that you have the skill level that you know you've worked at getting to. Like you know, like I've worked for big companies. I used to work for Warner Brothers for a little while. And this was on a freelance basis. So and there's not too many people who like are constantly freelancing with bigger companies, you know. And so I know that on a technical level, I obviously have achieved the level of skill that's necessary to do this as a professional. But what gives me a lot of doubt, or used to give me a lot of doubt, was that when you go into the like social media space, you know, which you should never judge anything by social media, really. It's kind of it's one of the worst places to assess. I mean, you can assess how trends work and things like that, but self-worth and how you fit in social media are like antitheses of one another. Like,
yeah, for sure. It's Trump heaven out there at times.
Yeah. So you don't want to do that. But it, you know, from time to time, I would find myself looking at my work and then looking at the work that's popular, and I'm like, I don't understand it. Like, I'm looking at this, and mine is technically, and even the character design itself is far more complex in some ways, and I'm doing things that these guys aren't doing, but I'm not using Photoshop. I'm doing this with markers, or I'm doing this with, you know, an older version of Photoshop. They're doing it with a new version of Photoshop with all the bells and whistles and blah, blah, blah. But the base level fundamentals are not there, and they've got millions of followers, you know? And it would make me feel kind of like, fuck, man, am I doing the wrong thing? Is this the right, you know?
So self-doubt comes in a little bit because you don't think that it's getting the same attention that the others.
And, you know, people would be like, yeah, you don't need them to, you know, kind of help you feel like what you're doing is worth it. But I'm like, you know, when you compare the two, it's problematic for me because you feel like, I don't know how to describe it. You feel like...
No, I don't mean it. It's kind of like it feels like you're wasting your time. Exactly. Because nobody's appreciating the level of effort and art that you've put into something.
Exactly.
And yeah, that's a struggle, I think, for a lot of folks, man. It's like, I always say to myself, like, I try not to take anything personally.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, I know people, every single one of us, we have our own story, right? And everybody's probably going through their own shit, stuff like that. And I think that if I can be in myself, free my mind from what other people are doing, and just focus more on what I'm doing, it really comes down to being more into the moment. And I say for me, like, some of the best people in this world, at least from my experience, suffer with some form of anxiety, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because the world that we're living in has so many, how do I say, irregularities, sicknesses, things that just don't feel natural to us, you know. And that is like what happens for most people who suffer from anxiety is they're struggling to live in a world that really doesn't know itself.
Yeah.
I'm saying, and all the best people have some form of anxiety, man, because they're sensitive to their environment, and that's the thing. They see the things that could be a lot better, and it's sometimes it's just a case of you being strong for too long.
Yeah.
But I mean, you need that, like, time. You need that rest time just to cut loose and disconnect. And, like, I don't know, man. I found what works for me now when I go into doing things, I try to take my, how do I say it, my personal identity away. I try to disconnect from my expectations of what others are doing and what others, you know, others in general. I just try not to think of it in that term. I try to just embrace what I'm doing in the moment. And every single time I've stayed in the moment of doing stuff, that's when I get my best results, you know?
Yeah. I've tried to do it too. You know,
hard.
I've
It's fucking really hard.
it
It,
is
it takes it takes a lot of discipline as well sometimes.
yeah, yeah. It's strange. So like the way I was raised is kind of, you don't compare yourself to others, and you don't spend so much time trying to fit into the same boxes that other people fit into, because you're an individual. You were made, is one of you. There's people who are similar, but there's one of you. So you do
Yeah.
you. You don't worry about everybody else. And this is how I raise my boys, and this is something I do. Huh?
Mm. Yeah.
Then I the problem comes in when you do a thing that others do, many others do, because with art, like I started out by imitating the guys I loved the most, the artists that spoke to me the most. So it was always like, look at your work and then look at theirs and see if you're getting down those fundamentals so that your work stands up on its own, because I was self-taught, and then I got into college at a really young age, for art specifically based on a drawing. So I know there's no deficiency when it comes to art. I got into college when I was finishing ninth grade for art. So it's not like this is you know what I mean? This is like, it was a fluke or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you've worked at it.
I graduated college, my first degree, my associates, and graduated high school at the same time. So it's not like I can't stand on my own when it comes to art, but it's a constant, like, a way that you can gauge your progress is to look at your work next to the people you admire and see if you've gotten to that level yet. Like, does it look like it can stand alongside these guys, And sometimes, because of the amount of work and time that it takes to get to that point, you find yourself too focused on the result, and you're not enjoying the journey itself. And you get caught up in that, and that's where the stress comes from. That's where the anxiety comes from. You want to be making, a decent amount of money doing this thing that you love doing, but you want to do it. You want it to be recognized the way that others are, but that's their thing. That's their path. That's their thing.
Yeah, it's hard not to get sucked in, and it's really hard not to get sucked
exactly.
In.
So I try these days. What started happening was, because it would happen to me like on a regular, like a yearly basis, where like a good chunk of the year, I couldn't make anything because I was feeling like, what the fuck? Why am I even bothering if I'm going to put it out there and it's not going to get attention, And I started.
Do you find you're quite self-critical?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I noticed a couple of times. I remember reading two of your comments, and this guy was being a real douchebag to you. You were saying something not very nice on one of your art paintings, and you were unbelievably polite to this guy. If it was me, I would have told him to fuck right off, But you were very polite.
No, well, like I tried to allow, like, some people with art, and it's the weird thing about art. There's a technical way to do it, and then there's like people who know what they like, and so like a lot of times. It's when you make commercial art. Like, I'm not talking like when you make, abstract or just fine art for the sake of making fine art. Commercial art is way different because you're working within the confines of whatever the characters may be, whatever the IP is. You're translating that with your style. So people may not be able to tell you what it is they don't like, but they know what they do like. It's so weird. It's a weird way to put it, but that's how it boils down, Like Star Wars. Everybody has their own idea of what works and what doesn't work, but they all know what works, like, after they've seen the ones that work, because it's kind of unanimous which ones work and which ones don't. And when they everyone will point out something different about what they think doesn't work, but like somewhere in the middle of that is the truth, like which things you need to, as a designer or as a writer, these are the things you need to take heed of and like remove from the, from the equation to make a proper Star Wars thing. I think it's out of control now, but I mean, like, there was a point where that was more or less the truth about how that would work. Or like Ninja Turtles, for instance. You look at Ninja Turtles and you see how it's evolved all these times, and it's like each time it evolves, they get farther and farther away from what the core was, And it's like they have to go back. And now it's time to go back to the core and stick with what worked. Stop adding all these other outside things to what was already one of the most original, unique ideas that have ever existed in the history of everything, you know? And when you do that, like after you listen to all these different people say what they have to say, and then you look at it kind of, you know, from a objective kind of way, then you see like, okay, maybe this that they said makes sense, but maybe this crap doesn't. So you ignore that shit. So I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but and I think I remember it was when I was doing those G.I. Joe, I think I had proposed doing more. I did a sketch of like Beachhead or somebody, and I had proposed doing more sketches, and someone jumped on and said, I offered to do more. I put the offer on the table, but no one bid, so I stopped doing them. And he told me something like, it's not the what did he say? It's not the drawings. It's the character that I portray, I think is what he said. Me as a character. And I said, unfortunately, I'm not portraying a character. This is me. You know what I mean? Either it works for you or it doesn't. And he continued to critique me as a person. And then ODC and someone else jumped in and was just like, fuck you, you know, peace. And just
man. Some people just asshole. You just have to accept it and say, exactly. Be on your way.
Because it was weird. Because at first I thought he was actually talking about the art, so I gave him a chance to say something about the art, you know. And then he started in this weird way, and I'm like, really, who are you to like critique me as a human being? It's not like I'm doing negative things, you know, like.
It's one of the reasons I wanted to ask you about the anxiety things. I was wondering if you sort of like take on what these people are saying.
Oh no, I used to.
Does that affect you in any way? You know, does that make you feel like fuck the world sort of thing?
Oh, earlier, like back in the day, I did, because my goal became like the doing these reviews started from people misrepresenting the thing that they were reviewing. You know, they would misrepresent it because one piece of it didn't fit what they wanted, so the whole thing was garbage. And I'm like, no, this is art. Tons of people are involved in making this, and you dismiss the whole thing because one piece didn't fit what you thought would have worked. That doesn't make sense. So I have to be counter to what is the norm. But then what I started seeing is that a lot of people are uneducated about all these things, and I would try to add the education piece to it. Like if you look in the comments of, I don't know if they're still up, they may be, for there was a video I did about the fighting game community and was it racism or sexism? I think it was sexism, because they were targeting women and they were saying really fucked up shit about them, you know, and just being disrespectful. Yeah. And my thing was essentially like, how dumb is it to be a dude who plays video games as much as these guys do? You find a girl who plays video games as much as you do, and somehow she's not allowed. I was like, when I was a kid, that was the dream. You know what I mean? Like the dream was to find, and many of these girls are hot. So like when I was a kid, the dream was find a hot chick that plays games just like you. And she may even play the same ones you play. And I would have been in heaven. Are you kidding me? Like, yay, we can play video games. Oh my God, this is awesome. After you're done playing video games, you smash. Then you can go hang out, and then you can turn around and you rinse and repeat. This would be the greatest time of your life. Instead, these idiots are... What's up? I'm sorry, you went out for just a sec.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just saying it's a dream life.
Yeah, man, it would be the greatest thing ever. And these idiots are fighting over females playing in their space. They're like, they don't want them there. They're not allowed to. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, it's so it couldn't be more perfect. Because then these same guys go on other spaces and complain about girls today. And I'm like, but these women are reacting to how you treat them in spaces where they want to be equal to you. They want to be part of the same team. They want to do the things you do. They want to be around you. You know what I mean? And you're telling them they're not allowed, and then you're mad that the girls aren't interested in you. Like, huh? How does that make sense? So
this is the kind of crazy stuff that occupies the mind, though, isn't it? It's like, you know, I mean, do you ever do you meditate or anything like this? Do you ever have that sort of? You do quite often.
I have to. I've had to for years because it's too much nonsense, too much noise.
It's essential, man. You need to sort of quiet yourself and just let go of everything that's not essential in that moment. And it's such a liberation. You know, One thing when I started meditating quite regularly, it gives you such a peace.
Yeah.
Because you start to notice your thoughts, your thinking patterns, what you're following. Even you see a thought go, and quite often, I follow that thought, and I'll see where it takes me.
Yeah.
And quite often, that thought can get you into a lot of trouble.
That's true. That's true.
Depending on the upbringing you've had. So meditation's a really great way to rein it in and sort of like, you see that thought, you let it go.
Let me let it go.
See that?
Yeah. That's what made me become so, I don't know if you've noticed over the years, the shift has happened where more of it has become the appreciation for all this stuff, like as a medium. Like, you're holding artwork. Someone made this thing so you could, appreciate it however you want to appreciate it. But it exists because someone took the time to sculpt this thing that existed in 2 dimensions prior. And they made it into a thing you can play around with and recreate whatever. Based on whatever you can afford, based on whatever you want to do with it. You literally got a piece of this thing that you love in your hand, and now you can appreciate it however. And the childlike mind, we were talking about this last time, you're able to just fully engage in that. But as you get older,
hit the moment.
As you get older, there's so much bullshit that people throw at you and teach you and show you that your mind kind of doesn't fully get it. Like, it becomes a thing. It doesn't become, like, I don't know how to put it other than, these represent characters like Optimus Prime, for instance. We'll use him because he's probably one of the most loved characters on the face of the planet, because from day one,
perfectly so.
He's like so many people's like other dad, so to speak.
It's exactly what he is. He's like the dad you always wanted.
Exactly, because not only could he kick anything's ass, but he's going to protect and teach you how to protect things too, which is pretty. It's crazy because you don't even know that this is something essential in life. Like, when you're a kid, you're not really you protect because it looks cool the way Optimus Prime does it. But then as you get older, you realize, like, protecting people who can't protect themselves is kind of a big deal, because there's a lot of people who can't protect themselves.
I mean, that's the real crux of it. That's like the most positive role model that you need, really, isn't it?
Exactly. And then, like, you look at the figure and you're like, man, when they get it right, and you look at it and all those, the barrel chest and the stance that he has with, the confident stance and everything, he just looks like what you imagined all this time when you're watching a cartoon, and it's translating, and you just appreciate what that guy embodies. You know what I mean? You may not even have to play with the figure, but just seeing him standing on your shelf, front and center amongst your other whatever, that's like a moment out of your childhood just brought to life, and you can appreciate it. And if you notice, I
think it takes a deep love and appreciation for yourself and the moment you're experiencing to sort of capture that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, most people, like you say, they're just frivolous with their things. They're just things, and so they don't give them the attention and love that can really give you a deep understanding of yourself.
Exactly.
When you reflect, or like you say now, when you're reflecting these things back, like Optimus Prime, that character is basically a better part of ourselves, and that you want to aspire to be that.
Exactly, and it's a thing that's missing from media today, like children's media today. We talked about that when we were talking about Thundercats Roar and all those shows where they're kind of trying to dumb down things from our childhood to make it like they're making fun of it as if it's not essential in any way. And it's like, we learned a lot from those characters. He-Man, Lion-O, and Lion-O was a good example too, because he was a child in a grown man's body, essentially having to learn how to be an adult. And he was the king of his people, and you were watching him learn how to be a better king. They're teaching him kind of the lessons that would bring him into being a better king, like a good king for the remainder of his people. And nowadays they're making fun of those things. Like, everything is some weird political something or other, and it's like, can't you just give them good people? Give the kids good people to strive to be. Who cares if the person is a girl or a guy or.
This is why I have a conspiracy theory about Superman, man. It's one of the reasons why I think they keep fucking it up.
Yeah. What is your theory?
All right. Well, when I grew up, one of my biggest sort of, how do I say, inspirations. The guy I wanted to be, the guy I wanted to embody was Christopher Reeve Superman.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That guy to me was, I don't know, he just embodied something that was so pure, so, how do I say it? He was just good in his very core.
Yeah.
I mean, and to me, like ever since Christopher Reeves, it's never really been able to get back to that.
Yeah.
Every other Superman that's come after that has sort of fallen short. And like you see it with the figures that they release as well. I don't know if it's connected, but they always seem to do a shit job with Supes.
Yeah, it's true. He's become
Like,
and everything is kind of like the arms have or the wheel has spun in the direction of Batman, who's more of the
dark self.
Yeah, like there are good things about him, but like you would be better off in life trying to strive to be like Supes than Bats. Bats will get you in trouble if you try to be like him growing up. Your life is going to be a little, you know, like.
Without the money as well, you're going to really struggle, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like he can afford to do a lot of what he does because he's rich. Whereas like Supes has a 9-to-5, he wants a family, he lives in an apartment, he's down here.
He was raised by two amazing parents who taught him really good values.
True.
To treat people good, to see yourself in others, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that isn't really sort of portrayed in movies and like media in general these days.
That's true.
How to treat other people, how to treat yourself, and how to really, you know, connect with other people in a way that you can see yourself in them. You know, because like the way you see a lot of people talk, especially on social media these days, they're just throwing F-bombs, you're a twat and this and that. It's just like...
It's disrespectful.
It's so disrespectful. And like people don't realize, you know, that like how you treat others is really reflective of how you are as a human being.
Yep.
And you really need to get with that, man, because if you want a good, beautiful experience with life, with yourself, with other people, if you want to meet people who love what you're doing and enjoy your presence, you've got to get with yourself, you know. You've got to really connect with what you love and what you find of value.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to me that we don't see more of that, man.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. I remember one time I had a video I put up where, and it may have been that same one I was talking about with the fighting game community, I think it was. It's one of those older videos, but this guy came at me so sideways. He sounded like a robot. Like it sounded so just devoid of any human emotion. And I said, "Do you talk to people much?" I was like, "What kind of?" That was my response. I was like, "What kind of comment was this? This was so like inhuman. Do you talk to people much?" And then his reply, which I couldn't believe he actually replied, was, "Nah, actually, I don't." And I was like, you need to not talk to people like that. That's disrespectful, and I don't even know you. Like, you can't talk to people like that. And this is one of the reasons why I stopped with the educational aspect of things, is because that turned into... I used to make the joke that I would go into Papa Strident mode because I'm like fathering all these kids talking to people wrong, guys talking to girls the wrong way, and I'm like, you don't talk to people like that. That's somebody's mother. That's somebody's sister. You don't know what they went through, and you're talking to her like she did something personally to you. Whoever hurt you, maybe they pissed you off like that, but you can't be attacking everybody like that. And I got tired of doing this because I'm like, where are your parents? Why am I giving you, teaching you manners on the internet when we're talking about toys and video games? You know, like it started to become so common that like, I'm explaining etiquette which is not what I set out to do. I set out to just show you, you know, a different perspective on stuff you typically hear and kind of educate you on the parts that, you know, just like how it was done maybe, or, you know, who did this particular sculpt, or who drew this picture, or who, you know what I mean? Like little things that are still in our geek space. And it became more about me teaching people, trying to teach people to talk to folks correctly, because I'm like, one day... And I remember I said this to someone too. I said, what happens if I run into you in real life and you just insulted the shit out of me and my family online over toys? What happens if I see you in real life? Are you going to have this same exact attitude? I didn't get an
Yeah.
answer from
I think
that person.
I think a lot of these folks, though, I think there's a lot of suffering in themselves. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
one of the reasons they're doing it is because they are suffering in some way.
Yeah.
That's one thing I've always tried to be conscious of, especially when talking to people online.
Yeah.
And like sometimes people will just come at you, you know, like they want to throw daggers at you or something.
Yeah.
Like instead of reacting a lot of the time, I step back and I take a moment and I'm trying to get into the mind space of where they're coming from. You know.
Yeah.
That's helped me a lot because I've been able to calm a lot of situations down like
Yeah.
that. And it's difficult, man. Like
It's
I
sad.
know you said it is sad, but like that's kind of the way society is. You know, that's what we were talking about earlier. Society kind of has a lot of things backwards, and there's a real lack of role models in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to be honest, like people like you, I think you could be that. I think you are that. You know what I mean? Like people like you were saying earlier, the guy's driving his truck and he's listening to you, but he's gaining you as a person, right? As a human being. And that translates, man. I always say, like, when I speak to people, I'm reading their energy more than their words a lot of the time.
Yeah, true.
Because that energy, to me, speaks way before your words speak.
That's true.
You know? And, you see that in people the most, like their energy. And you have a very positive energy. I remember telling you one time that you have, like, you're like a teacher. You have a teacher's voice or a teacher's presence. You know, I think that comes naturally to you, man. Honestly.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it works. It works for folks.
Yeah, but what I would say is, don't doubt yourself, man. Fuck's sakes, don't doubt yourself because you have got that voice, and I think you could use that.
Yeah, I will definitely. It's a thing I'm working on. This is a thing I've been. It's been a work in progress for a long time. Just making sure that I do what I'm gonna do, so that and do it with confidence, so that it's not a half-assed, effort. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that it's the full effort, maximum effort, and
Deadpool comment. But yeah, just I don't know, but make sure that you take time for yourself, and try and enjoy yourself as much as you can, and try not to take on board a lot of these negative comments.
That's true.
I think if you can do that, you'd be all right. But like, I think keeping yourself inspired, you can own that really by focusing on what you love.
That's true. And that's
seeing fruits of that lately.
These days, that's a struggle. Oh my God! Like trying to stay inspired with stuff because it's a lot of noise. Like we were saying,
I want to give you inspiration, man. Because for one, I want that Sovereign Knight Batman review, and
when does the Supreme Knight drop? Isn't that this coming month?
It could be for you guys. I think it's at least 2 or 3 months away from me, but yeah, it could be soon.
I think it's soon. Yeah, like what I wanted to do, and I think I had mentioned it. Did I run it by you? I think I ran it by you. I was like, initially, I was just going to do each one separately.
That's it. But yeah, you did.
Then I decided, and you were like, yeah, that sounds like a better idea. Is to do them all together because it's an evolution, and rather than just bring them out for the comparison, I want to talk about.
Well, if I'm wishing for stuff, I want to see it individual and all together. But I understand if you don't want to do it. I wait for the three, but
yeah, and I may. Who knows? I just like I've been holding off on it. Man, I've been playing with the Ascending Knight so much because it's the one look that I've never had. Like I've never and I never liked it initially because of the purple gloves and all that stuff. The only time I liked it was in The New Frontier. Did you ever read that book? The Darwin Cook. It was called DC The New Frontier.
I'm not sure.
It's kind of Darwin Cook. He passed away a couple years back, but his style was kind of like Bruce Timm's, really simplistic 1930s, 40s ish kind of look, and the story was about the golden age of superheroes in the DC universe, like when they first showed up, and things that they, the first missions of the Justice Society, I guess it would have been, and like how they turned into the Justice League, and how each of these characters, all the superheroes, were kind of accepted by the world at large. Like they even allude to, and I don't know if this was on purpose or is this just the way it was presented, that the Wonder Woman that existed in the Golden Age was Hippolyta, not Diana, because she's more hardcore than Diana was. And like she shows up in, I think it's Vietnam, is it? It's Vietnam. It's some an Asian country, and there's women that were kidnapped by the whatever the militia or army is over there for whatever number of things, and she showed up, freed the women, and gave them weapons and let them take their revenge. And then when Superman gets there, they're all drinking to their victory. And then Superman looks over, and there's all these dudes that were like slaughtered, and he's trying to tell them like, you don't have to kill people to make your point. And Hippolyta is like, try telling that to these women who've been, you know, captive for however long they were captive, and they've been slaves and blah blah blah. I think they deserve their victory. Like, it's pretty good shit. Like the back.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Everything. They did a animated film of it a couple years back. And it shows when the Martian Manhunter came to Earth and how he learned just about everything about society from television. And he meets Batman for the first time while he's investigating something, because, you know, he had, in the old days, his day job was he was a detective. And he's investigating these disappearances. I think there were children being kidnapped or something. And Batman was also investigating these disappearances. And you find this cult. Batman jumps in, beats the shit out of all of them, and then he looks at Jean, and Jean kind of cowers, like, oh shit, like when he looks at him, and he's like, he could just feel the malice from Batman, like he was so, or the anger, I think is what he said. He could feel the anger from him. He could feel it just in his stare, and it caught him off guard. And but the kid that Batman went to save was afraid of him. So then it shows him change the look to look more like the Batman we recognize, kind of like the almost Adam West-ish kind of look. So it was nice, because he was like, my goal has never been to frighten the people that I'm here to save. It's you know, it's to frighten the folks that want to do them harm. So yeah, there's a lot of cool ideas in there. You should check.
What did you think? Yeah, I will. I would check that out. That sounds good. What did you think of the Buck? The difference between the Sovereign and the Ascending?
It made sense. It felt like he's a little smaller.
Like the first one, the Ascending Knight, for me was like, he's more agile. Like, you can bend him further.
Yeah.
His ab crunch can go further down. His legs can get slightly higher.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, I don't know if they did it that on purpose.
I think
it's possible.
Did. I think so.
Yeah, but they basically made the younger him more agile.
Yeah. Because he used to
the older one stiffened up a little bit.
Yeah, he used to show off. I mean, and then when you look at, if you put him, the Ascending Knight, next to the Dark Knight Returns Batman, the one that we already have, you can see a huge difference. Like, he's not very agile. I mean, he's posable, don't get me wrong, as the Dark Knight Returns figure. He's posable, he's fairly agile, but he's stiff in the torso because he's huge. And then, like... Yeah. You know, you look at him side by side, and it's like, God, he put on some pounds when it comes to muscles, man. It's pretty awesome, and I can't wait to see how that translates with this new one.
The Supreme, they're
probably going to give him a little bit more posability, because there were a lot of complaints about some of the stiffness and like the butterfly joints that don't do anything on the Dark Knight Returns figure. So it'll be nice to have a Batman of large.
Yeah,
Batman
I think he will be slightly more posable than the Dark Knight Returns version. Yeah. But I don't see them going too much with it, because I don't know. Looking at the suit, the outfit that they've done for him, it's very how do I say? You can see where they put the armor on, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It makes sense for him not to be as posable as, say, the Sovereign Knight, for example. He would be perhaps a little less, but because of the size of his boots. And just the size of his armor in general, it serves him not to be as agile. You don't really need. Like, I was looking at the Cable figure as an example, because if you look at the size of the boots, they're kind of similar.
Yeah.
You know, and what you can do with that Cable figure, but at least for images and reviews that I've seen, he stands very well. He's very well balanced.
Yeah, he looks.
I think they're good. Yeah, I think they're going to go that route with the Supreme Knight.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I can't wait. It looks awesome, man. I remember seeing that figure and I was like, damn, they've really nailed that one.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not too keen on the blue version for some reason. I don't know.
Me neither. It's like the symbol. If he was blue and gray and had the black symbol, like the all black bat on his chest, I would have been like, okay, that's fine. But it's like the yellow.
The yellow it doesn't really work,
match.
does it?
Yeah, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look as good because it's too bright in comparison to the belt. And typically those two work together, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm geeked, man. I lost my shit when I saw the picture of that on Instagram.
Yeah, I noticed. I
had to share it. I was like, you guys, oh my god, we have to get this because it's like there is this thing that I always go back to it whenever we talk about Mezco, and it's like what I used to love about the old Marvel Legends was that they would take the design and then add to it so that it looked like if this guy existed, this is what his gear would probably look like, or this is what it would feel like. You know, a good example is the Punisher that they did back in the day with the 5 o'clock shadow, and he had like the biker boots on, the white, they're like white and gray and they're dirty, and he had like his pants were BDUs, like black military, you know, battle dress uniform with the pockets, and he had knee pads on. He had like the Nomex gloves. It was like all these little details, and then the clips. He had the 4 clips on his belt that were the teeth of the skeleton, and it just looked right. It made perfect sense. It's like that makes sense. That's what I would imagine the Punisher would look like in real life. It wouldn't be a Under Armour suit like tights. It would be you know, the kind of gear that, you know, tactical gear.
Military wear.
Painted up to look like the Punisher, you know, to have the Punisher symbols and the colors and stuff. So yeah, I was surprised that like later versions that Hasbro did completely went away from that because they're all about the cheap, where they don't put too much detail. It's like the most bare bones version of the character. Still looks good, but it's just so, you know, bare bones in comparison, you know, like Storm was another one that I noticed that with, like.
Don't get me started on that figure. She was so frustrating, that figure.
Yeah, she can't stand the cape.
I mean, she looks semi decent, right? She did, like, if you look at her sort of posed up and putting off and or whatever, she looks semi decent. But yeah, like I don't get why they used such gummy plastic.
Yeah,
because I've female characters before from Marvel Legends, and the plastic's been good, but this one for some reason has really gummy plastic.
Yeah,
her legs don't want to like pose at all.
Yeah. There's so
very
much
weird.
There's so much with her that just bothered me, like the fact that her hair is made of the same material as the rest of her body, so she's heavy in the head, and it's like you like that's like simple, you know, basic engineering is that you would use a lighter material on things like hair, not to throw off the weight of the figure, but they constantly make that mistake, you know?
Yeah. It's frustrating with Hasbro because they seem to do that a lot. Like, because obviously Storm in the white, I think, has been one of them figures that a lot of people have wanted for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? I know people have been quite vocal about it. When are you going to give us a classic 90s X-Men Storm? And, like, I don't know. So it feels like they cheaped out on that one.
Yeah, I agree. They should have. It should have been a better effort, you know. And the problem, though, it always comes back to how the fans receive it, and the fans say it's awesome, so they're just going to keep making them like that as long as they keep getting that reception. And I've tried to tell
mediocrity
people,
rises its head again.
Exactly. I'm like, I try to tell folks, I'm like, look, if you tell them, if you're honest and you say like this doesn't work and that doesn't work and this doesn't work, they'll fix it because they are listening. That's why we have this X-Men line to begin with. But they don't want to tell them for fear that, you know, maybe they won't make more or some craziness. And I'm like, you guys got to get over this kind of stuff, you know? Just speak your piece and let them know and call it a day. But
yeah,
whatever. But
that's why I didn't make any shots with her like singular by herself, because it didn't deserve it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, it made me like that old X-Men Classics Storm even more. And she's like, there's things about her.
That's a nice one. I remember seeing that on your page when you first did your first X-Men.
Yeah, the team picture. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a nice one.
Yeah, I it's weird because she wasn't really one that people talk about, and I always wondered why. She's well sculpted. She looks like some of the better artwork, like Whilce Portacio used to draw her like that. Sometimes even Jim Lee, he would draw her with more detail than what typically her character, would be known for. And I get it. Some people want exactly the cartoon where there's like no detail, everything is implied, and that's it. But like, you have it in 3 dimensions. It needs to work in 3 dimensions, and it just, to me, it just doesn't really work as well as it could. But,
yeah, agreed.
But I miss when they would go in and add those details, like on the classics version that Toy Biz did. You can see that the boots go all the way up to her calf, and then she's wearing like a secondary boot type thing that goes all the way up to her thigh. Then like you can see like seams for the pants and the upper shirt or whatever. It might be a bodysuit or something, but the belt is in the way, so you can't tell if it's just one piece. But it feels like she's wearing clothes. The wrinkles are all properly sculpted. Her gloves look cool. The little bands that hold the cape on is pretty awesome, and the cape is sculpted. It's like a soft rubbery material. Her hair, it's hard, but it's light. So standing her is only difficult because she's wearing high heels. It's not because her head is too heavy, And somehow they posed her hair in a way that you can give her like the range of motion so she can look forward while she flies. Her arms have these cool butterfly joints and stuff. Like, she's such a well done figure, and she gets no love. And the newest one pops up, and it's such a poorly done figure, and it gets all the love in the world.
Exactly. It gets all the love, and now we're getting a black version of the same figure because people love it so much.
and they raised the price, too. That one's going for like a couple dollars more than the other one. I think it's going for almost $30.
There's still people screaming for a silver version of that same figure as well. It's mad.
Come on, guys. Yeah, it's just weird. It's weird. But, apparently that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
But here's a question, because this is something I wanted to ask, and I want to make sure that I ask this for everyone, is 2 things. So, and I think we kind of got part of this, like your philosophy on collecting and like how it fits into your everyday life. What would you say that is? I mean, I think part of it you did mention because you talked about, appreciation and the collecting, this being kind of, like I said, a happy place. Like, this is where you go to kind of, calm down and just relax,
Yeah, well, that's what it is for me. It's basically connecting to my inner child, if you want to say it like that.
Yeah.
For me, that's so important. It keeps me young in the mind. That's basically my main motivation. I look back on things in my life that I've enjoyed and that I've loved, and I love to reminisce that stuff. And like collecting for me has been that. It's been being able to just take these things, like we were saying about the turtles earlier on.
Yeah.
It brings back all that good shit.
Yep, I agree.
And it brings you into the moment, man. You just enjoy it, and that's what life's for me. You do things you love, and I
agree, man.
Very, very simple. It is not complex. It's just these are things I love, things I've enjoyed in my life, and I want to keep enjoying them.
Yeah, I agree. I'm right there with you, man. It's crazy, man. It's such a simple thing. I'm glad, though, that, the way things have evolved, it's allowed for us to do things like this, because I wouldn't have met you any other way. You know what I mean? I mean, it's possible at some point I could have been, eventually when I have money, traveling in Germany and run into you somewhere. But, typically...
Oh, man, that's the only sad thing about it. I wish you were living closer. It would be quite cool. We could hang out.
That would be awesome.
Play some video games. That would be
awesome.
Pretty sweet.
That would be awesome, man. Yeah, but...
Well, if you ever take a trip to Germany, man, let me know.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I will, for sure.
And vice versa. If I ever make a trip to the US, I will let you know.
Of course. You're always welcome, man. I have... because we were talking about going to visit the older son who's in France. So I don't know how that's all going to work out, if both of us will have the time, as far as work goes, to be able to do it. My wife might go and then, visit him, which would be cool to, get some time off and go, see how things are over there with him. because he's
Yeah.
kind of, it's been an up and down kind of situation for him, because there's a lot of cultural, and I think they're exaggerating things to make it more serious than it needs to be, but
As per usual.
a lot of expectation, kind of unfair expectation
How
about.
did he find himself going to France?
He went to a French. Both kids are went to. Well, the younger one is there now, but he went to a French immersion middle school, like elementary to middle, and so he was learning French as a second language, and it was cool because at the school they just everything is in French. It's French to English, so like the teachers talk to them in French, principal talks to you in French, everything is in French. And then if you want to look up the meaning for things, you have to look up their dictionaries and everything, or thesauruses and whatnot. It's all in French to English. So by the time he got out and was going into high school, he was pretty fluent. And then he said he wanted to do stuff with it. So we have friends in Marseille, and we had friends near Nantes, and they were all like, if he ever wants to come up, for as an exchange type deal, we can at least watch out for him, because we know they won't put them with friends. They're going to put him with an exchange family, so or a host family, and so we always were like, yeah, we'll do it. We'll definitely do it down the line if he really wants to do it. And as he got older, he's like, yeah, he still wanted to do it. So I'm like, okay,
cool.
Hey, whatever. This is what you want to do. So
yeah, fair play to him. I mean, not many people want to go so far away from home when they first, when they're so young.
Wow, I know. Yeah, he's turning 18 in February, so it's crazy because it's like,
damn, that's impressive, man.
It's nuts, man. I don't even know how.
That's impressive
because he's kind of a doofus. He's my doofus, but he's a doofus, and
he's got a lot of his old man's traits.
I know, right? and but yeah, he for the most part, he's definitely kind of risen to the occasion, which is good, because most of the time we're on his ass to make sure that he does what he needs to do, get it done and do it right, But he stepped it up to get this thing done, and it hasn't been all easy because we're not super wealthy or anything. So there was a lot of like fundraising and things that needed to be done, and he had to. He wrote a lot of letters. A lot of letters and stuff, but yeah, he did his part and we did our part to try and do our best to help make it happen, and yeah, it happened. And so far it's been like parts of it have been like amazing, and then other parts have been stressful because of the the way that the family, I guess, operates. But overall though, they've been pretty supportive, which is good. So
yeah, I mean, fair play, man. That's cool. I like that. That's, it shows drive from him as well. So young, seems to have a clear vision of what he wants to do.
Exactly.
Fair play.
Yeah.
Fair play.
But yeah, man. I guess I don't know if maybe we should we'll cut it here because I know it's getting late over there where you guys are, isn't it? It's 12.
It's midnight. It's just turned midnight.
Damn, so it's exactly 6 hours. Yeah, shit, man. Sorry,
it's crazy.
This was so long, but I'm glad I got to chat
don't
with
you
you
dare
again.
apologize, man. This has been awesome. It's been great. It's not very often I can talk to people like this, about movies, figures, life. It's nice.
Yeah,
it's a pleasure.
It is. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, man.